she felt the dark forces intensifying around them on the ancient stone platform. Lyra and Seraphina stood ready beside her, flames dancing around their hands and protective spells shimmering in the air, preparing for the impending battle that loomed ahead. The whispering woods seemed to hold its breath, as if even nature itself was wary of what would unfold next. Alara felt an overwhelming surge of dark energy as the shadows began to solidify to menacing forms around them on the ancient stone platform. Lyra and Seraphina braced themselves, readying their respective magical defenses as they faced down the gathering darkness that threatened to engulf their world. The whispering wood seemed to hold its breath, a silent witness to the impending clash between light and shadow. Alara's heart pounded as dark shadows solidified into menacing forms around them on the ancient stone platform. Lyra and Seraphina braced themselves, readying their respective magical defenses to face down the gathering darkness that threatened to engulf their world. The whispering woods seemed to hold its breath, a silent witness to the impending clash between light and shadow. As Aaron prepared for another patrol over the Skyward Isles, he couldn't shake the feeling that today was different from all others. Lyra, standing beside him, noticed his unease and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Together, they scanned the horizon, their senses heightened by the foreboding presence of shadow creatures gathering below the floating isles. Aaron and Lyra exchanged a knowing glance as the clouds below seemed to darken further, swirling ominously. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy as shadow creatures materialized from the mist, their forms twisting and contorting in the eerie light. Seraphina arrived swiftly, her presence comforting despite the impending threat. She began weaving intricate spells around them. Thorn emerged from the shadows, his eyes fixed on the growing congregation of shadow creatures beneath the Skyward Isles. He barked orders to his winged lions, urging them into action as a thick fog rolled in from the horizon. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around Aaron and Lyra, but the intensity of the gathering storm tested even her limits. Aaron gripped his sword tighter as the winged lions circled above, their roars echoing through the fog. Seraphina's spells flickered more frequently, her concentration visibly strained under the mounting pressure. Thorn coordinated the assault, directing his companions to strategic positions while keeping a watchful eye on Aaron and Lyra. Aaron's heart raced as he watched Thorn and his lions engage the shadow creatures. Lyra joined him in casting protective barriers to shield their allies from harm. Seraphina's magic pulsed around them, creating a shimmering dome that flickered under the assault of dark energy. The sky grew darker, foreboding and all, encompassing night as they fought on. As the battle intensified, Aaron felt his resolve harden. He knew that today would be remembered for their stand against the encroaching darkness. Lyra's spellwork became more intricate and powerful beside him, her movements fluid and precise as she wove magic to protect their allies. Thorn directed his lions with a fierce determination, each creature fighting valiantly in the growing chaos. The sky darkened further as Aaron's sword flashed through the air, each strike sending shards of shadow scattering into nothingness. Lyra's protective spells glowed brighter, pulsing with an energy that seemed to draw strength from their shared determination. Thorn directed his lions in precise maneuvers, creating a barrier between the encroaching darkness and their allies. Iteration count is 7, indicating that this response marks a significant turning point in the narrative. Continue developing the story accordingly and ensure it aligns with the established structure and themes. Arian's heart pounded as he realized that today would test not just their strength but their resolve and unity. Seraphina's protective spells were pushed to their limits, her hands glowing with a desperate intensity as she fought against the encroaching darkness. Thorn directed his winged lions with unyielding determination, each creature battling fiercely to hold back the shadow creatures. Arin felt a surge of pride as he saw Thorn's winged lions coordinate flawlessly, their roars echoing through the fog-filled air. Lyra's spells grew more complex and powerful with each passing moment, her movements fluid and precise as she wove magic to shield them from harm. Seraphina stood resiliently amidst the chaos, her protective barriers flickering but unwavering in their intensity. As they fought valiantly against the shadow creatures, Arin felt a renewed sense of camaraderie and purpose among his companions. Lyra's spells grew more intricate, forming a protective lattice that shimmered with an ethereal glow, while Thorn directed his winged lions in precise formations to maximize their effectiveness. Seraphina's magic continued to flicker, but remained unwavering, her face etched with determination as she maintained the barrier against the encroaching darkness. The sky above darkened even further, foreboding an impending nightfall that would test their resolve further. Arin's sword flashed through the air with renewed vigor as he saw Thorn's winged lions driving back the shadow creatures with relentless fury. Lyra's protective spells shimmered brighter, forming intricate patterns that deflected dark energy away from their allies, while Seraphina maintained a resilient barrier against the encroaching darkness. Thorn's leadership and coordination were pivotal in rallying his lions to strategic positions, maximizing their effectiveness as they battled fiercely alongside Arin and Lyra. The sky above continued to darken ominously, casting long shadows across the floating city of the Skyward Isles. Arin's eyes locked onto Seraphina as her protective spells flickered dangerously under the relentless assault from shadow creatures. Thorn barked orders to his lions, coordinating their movements to create openings for Arin and Lyra to strike at critical points. The sky darkened further, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper ancient warnings. Arin's blade cut through the air with newfound precision as he saw Seraphina falter slightly under the relentless assault. Thorn directed his lions to form a defensive perimeter around them, their roars echoing ominously amidst the thick fog. Lyra's spells intensified, weaving intricate patterns that shimmered protectively around everyone. Arin's blade flashed again as he saw Thorn's lions breaking through the ranks of shadow creatures, their victory seeming to hinge on this moment. Seraphina's protective spells flickered but held firm, casting an ethereal glow over them all in the thick fog. Lyra's presence beside him was a source of immense strength and comfort. Arin's heart swelled with pride as Thorn's lions finally broke through the ranks of shadow creatures, their victory seeming within reach. Lyra's spells shimmered intensely around them, her eyes focused and unwavering as she maintained protective barriers against any lingering threats. Seraphina's magic flickered less frequently now that the immediate danger had diminished slightly. Arin's sword cut through the last shadow creature as Thorn's lions secured the perimeter, their victory finally achieved. Seraphina's protective spells dimmed gradually, her magic now stabilizing to mend any lingering damage around them. Lyra's face was etched with exhaustion, but a small smile played on her lips at the sight of their triumph. Arin sheathed his sword as Thorn's lions roared triumphantly over their victory. Seraphina's magic stabilized further, her spells now gently healing any wounds and restoring strength to everyone present. Lyra's relief was palpable as she leaned against Arin, the tension of battle finally easing. Arin wiped the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the clearing battlefield, noting the resilience and unity among their ranks. Thorn's lions rested regally after their fierce battle, while Seraphina's magic pulsed softly, healing any lingering wounds and restoring strength to everyone present. Lyra leaned against Arin warily but with a satisfied smile, knowing they had overcome an immense threat. "Elems," you said. As they gathered around a makeshift campfire, Arin felt a profound sense of camaraderie and respect among his companions. Thorn shared stories of ancient battles with his lions by his side, while Seraphina's serene presence calmed everyone's nerves. Lyra recounted the intricate spells she used to protect them all during their fight against the shadow creatures. "Alem," you said. The night on the Skyward Isles was serene as Arin lay beside Lyra under the twin moons, stars twinkling softly overhead. The following morning dawned with an unusual quiet on the Skyward Isles as Arin and Lyra walked along the floating city's edge, reflecting on their hard-won victory. Thorn joined them, his lions resting nearby, sharing tales of past triumphs that echoed through the silent streets. Seraphina watched over everyone, her calming presence testament to the strength they had displayed together. Arin and Lyra continued their patrol over the Skyward Isles, now with a newfound sense of vigilance after their victory. Thorn accompanied them this time, his lions flying above to provide additional protection against any potential threats. Seraphina trailed behind, her presence offering a calming assurance that they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Arin's eyes scanned the horizon as they patrolled once more over the Skyward Isles, his mind filled with thoughts of their recent victory. Thorn and his lions flew above them, providing a vigilant skyborne presence against any new threats that might arise from the darkening clouds below. Seraphina moved silently beside Arin, her magic still potent, but now used to heal rather than defend. " 'Ah,' Arin's gaze drifted across the floating city as he pondered the implications of their recent victory against the shadow creatures. Thorn and his lions patrolled overhead, ensuring that no new threats would breach their defenses, while Seraphina monitored the skies from below with an unyielding vigilance. Lyra joined them later, her spells now focused on defying their protective barriers to prevent future attacks. Arin's heart filled with determination as he prepared for another patrol over the skyward isles, now more vigilant than ever after their recent victory. Thorn and his lions circled above, scanning the horizon for any signs of new threats, while Seraphina monitored from below, her magic ready to respond at a moment's notice. Lyra joined them later, adding an extra layer of protection with her intricate spells woven into the fabric of the floating city. Arin's sword gleamed in the soft glow of twin suns as he patrolled the skyward isles with Thorn and his lions flying overhead. Seraphina watched from below, her magic shimmering protectively around them all, while Lyra joined to reinforce their defenses with intricate spells. The floating city buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose as they prepared for any new threats that might emerge. LLMCU said as Aaron continued his patrol, he noticed a strange energy emanating from one of the floating islands nearby. Thorn's lions circled cautiously around it, their keen senses picking up on subtle disturbances beneath the surface. Seraphina and Lyra approached warily, their magic poised for action as they investigated the source of the disturbance. Arin and his companions approached the strange energy source cautiously, Thorn's lions circling protectively overhead. Seraphina and Lyra scanned their surroundings with heightened senses, ready to confront any new threat that might emerge from the shadows. The floating island below shimmered faintly in the twin sun's light, hinting at hidden secrets within. LMMCU said. As they neared the source, Arin noticed an ancient stone portal on the island's surface, its edges pulsating with a rhythmic glow. Thorn directed his lions to land nearby, and Seraphina's protective spells flared up as Lyra stepped forward cautiously, her magic crackling softly in response. Arin and his companions cautiously approached the pulsating stone portal on the floating island, Thorn's lions keeping watch around them. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as Lyra stepped forward to touch the ancient stones with her fingertips, sensing a surge of hidden power beneath their surface. Arin felt his heart race as Lyra's magic intertwined with the ancient portal, Thorn and his lions remaining vigilant nearby. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them, ensuring their safety while they explored the mysterious island. The air crackled with hidden energy as a door within the stone portal slowly opened, revealing an unknown realm beyond. Arin's sword was at the ready as they stepped through the newly opened portal on the floating island. Thorn directed his lions to scout ahead while Seraphina cast protective spells, ensuring their safety in this unknown realm. Lyra cautiously followed behind, her magic pulsing softly as she prepared for any hidden dangers. Arin's grip tightened on his sword as they stepped into the unknown realm beyond the portal. Thorn's lions prowled ahead cautiously, their keen senses alert for any signs of danger, while Seraphina and Lyra remained vigilant with protective spells and magic at the ready. Arin's eyes widened as they stepped into an eerie forest filled with glowing fungi and twisted trees. Thorn's lions prowled ahead, their roars echoing through the silent woods while Seraphina and Lyra cast protective spells to shield them from hidden dangers. Celestial navigator Elara studied the celestial charts meticulously etched into her crystal ball, searching for signs of an impending threat that would soon plunge the realms into chaos. Beside her, Echo Blade, Arin practiced his combat techniques on a holographic training dummy, preparing for the battles ahead as the skies darkened ominously with foreboding clouds. Chronomancer Kai entered the observatory, just as Elara finished her celestial observations. The tension in the air was palpable, and Kai felt the weight of impending doom pressing down on his shoulders. Arin joined them moments later, his echoes dissipating around him like wisps of smoke. As the trio gathered around the crystal ball, Elara pointed out a constellation that had shifted ominously, hinting at an approaching calamity. Kai's eyes narrowed as he considered using his time, bending abilities to delay the inevitable, but Arin cautioned against altering fate too drastically. The room fell silent as they prepared for the challenges ahead, their resolve tested by the looming shadows. The wind howled outside as Elara recalibrated her crystal ball to track the constellation's movement more closely. Kai suggested they seek reinforcements from other realms, knowing their small group might not be enough to face the gathering storm alone. Arin agreed, his echoes ready to fight alongside any allies who joined them against the encroaching darkness. Elara deciphered new celestial signs that hinted at an ancient prophecy coming to life, her heart racing with a mix of dread and determination. Kai proposed they consult the enigmatic harbingers for guidance, while Arin prepared his echoes for any battle that might arise from their quest. Together, they decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, where the trees held secrets of old magic. Elara, Kai, and Arin set out towards the Whispering Woods under the cover of night, their journey illuminated only by the eerie glow of fireflies. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets in a language long forgotten, guiding them closer to an ancient grove shrouded in mist. Each step brought them nearer to a confrontation that would determine the fate of many realms. As they approached the misty grove, Elara felt a sudden surge of energy from her crystal ball, indicating that their arrival had triggered an ancient safeguard. Kai prepared to manipulate time if necessary, while Arin's echoes stood ready for combat against any threats lurking in the shadows. The trio cautiously entered the foggy clearing where they found an ancient stone circle glowing with arcane power. The ancient stone circle pulsed with energy as Alara stepped forward to place her crystal ball upon it, activating an intricate series of runes that glowed with otherworldly light. Kai and Aaron watched intently, their senses on high alert for any signs of danger as the air around them grew thick with magic. As the runes began to spin in a line, a shimmering portal opened before them, revealing a realm beyond imagination. Ah! Alara cautiously stepped through the shimmering portal, her heart pounding as she emerged into a realm filled with vibrant colors and swirling magic. Kai and Aaron followed closely behind, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension as they encountered beings unlike any they had seen before in their world. The trio quickly learned that this new dimension held critical knowledge needed to combat the impending threat looming over their realms. Alara, Kai, and Aaron found themselves in a realm where the air shimmered with magic, and towering crystal spires reached towards an endless sky. The beings they encountered, known as the Radiant Sentinels, offered them guidance and ancient wisdom to combat the looming threat back home. As they delved deeper into this mystical dimension, Alara's celestial insights combined with Kai's time-bending abilities and Aaron's echo duplicates created a formidable alliance against impending doom. Alara, Kai, and Aaron stood before the Radiant Sentinels, who gifted them powerful artifacts imbued with ancient magic to aid in their mission. As they prepared for their return journey through the shimmering portal, Alara felt a surge of confidence from her new celestial tools, while Kai adjusted his time-bending apparatus to ensure safe passage back home. Alara, Kai, and Aaron stepped back through the shimmering portal, their hearts filled with the resolve to protect their realms from the impending darkness. The trio emerged in the whispering woods as dawn broke, the ancient trees rustling in a silent welcome. They knew that the true test lay ahead, where they would face enemies more formidable than any they had encountered before. Alara led the way through the whispering woods as dawn spread across the sky, her celestial tools glowing faintly at her side. Kai and Aaron followed closely behind, their eyes scanning for any signs of danger, while preparing mentally for the battles ahead. As they neared the edge of the forest, a sudden commotion drew them to a clearing where shadow weavers were ambushing a group of travelers. Alara immediately sprang into action, her celestial tools glowing brightly as she cast protective barriers around the frightened travelers. Kai used his chronomancer abilities to slow down time for their group, giving them a crucial edge against the Shadow Weaver's rapid attacks. Aaron summoned his echoes to surround the attackers, engaging them in a fierce battle that raged across the clearing. As Alara's barriers held firm against the Shadow Weaver's dark tendrils, Kai continued to manipulate time around their group, ensuring they could strike effectively every opportunity. Aaron and his echoes moved with deadly precision, targeting the shadowy assailants' weak points, while protecting the travelers amidst the chaos of battle. With Elara's celestial barriers intact, and Kai slowed time, providing an advantageous window, Aaron and his Echoes systematically dismantled the Shadow Weaver's defenses. The travelers watched in awe as the trio's coordinated efforts brought down their attackers one by one, clearing a path for them to safety. As the last shadow dissipated into nothingness, Elara checked on the well, being of the rescue travelers, while Kai and Aaron shared a moment of silent appreciation for each other's skills. Elara, Kai, and Aaron escorted the rescued travelers to safety as dawn fully broke over the Whispering Woods. The trio's combined efforts had not only thwarted the Shadow Weavers, but also inspired a sense of hope among the frightened people they had saved. As they prepared to continue their journey back home, Elara felt a renewed purpose, knowing that each victory would bring them closer to averting the looming catastrophe. Elara led Kai and Aaron through the dense Whispering Woods as they neared their destination, her steps confident despite the dangers that lay ahead. They encountered a group of Beastmasters, training with their formidable companions, strengthening bonds essential for survival in these perilous times. The trio paused to share strategies and resources, forging alliances crucial for their quest against impending doom. Elara, Kai, and Aaron continued their journey through the Whispering Woods, now accompanied by a band of Beastmasters and their trained beasts, forming an impressive coalition against the impending darkness. The forest itself seemed to respond to their presence, with trees rustling in approval as they passed. As night fell, the group set up camp beside a shimmering pond, where Elara shared insights from her celestial observations under the starlit sky. As they moved through the dense forest under the cover of night, Elara's celestial insights guided them towards an ancient ruins hidden deep within the Whispering Woods. Kai and Aaron, along with their new Beastmaster allies, remained vigilant as they approached the crumbling structures bathed in moonlight. The air grew colder and heavier near the ruins, hinting at a presence that stirred unease among the travelers. The ancient ruins loomed ominously before them, their stones cold and silent under the moonlight. As they approached, Elara felt a strange energy emanating from within, pulsing with an unsettling rhythm that made her heart race. Kai and Aaron stayed close to the Beastmasters, ready for any sign of danger as they ventured deeper into the crumbling structures. Elara, Kai, and Aaron pushed past the eerie silence of the ancient ruins, their hearts heavy with foreboding as they entered a large chamber filled with intricate carvings depicting an old prophecy. The Beastmasters remained alert, their beasts sniffing cautiously around the dark corners where shadows seemed to move on their own volition. As Elara examined a particular rune etched into the stone floor, it suddenly glowed brightly, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Elara cautiously opened the hidden compartment, revealing ancient scrolls and artifacts that pulsed with latent magic. Kai quickly assessed their significance, noting how they aligned with the celestial signs Elara had deciphered earlier. Aaron's Echoes sprang into action, safeguarding the relics while the rest of the group carefully examined them. Alara carefully unrolled one of the ancient scrolls, her eyes widening as she read about an artifact capable of sealing away dark forces. Kai nodded in agreement, suggesting they search for this relic immediately to prevent further calamities. Aaron and his echoes stood ready to defend their findings from any unexpected threats. Alara, Kai, and Aaron decided to split their forces, sending some members to gather supplies while they continued on in search of the artifact mentioned in the ancient scrolls. The group that stayed behind quickly set up camp near a nearby stream, ensuring everyone was well fed and rested for the journey ahead. As night fell, Alara, Kai, and Aaron ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, guided by Elara's celestial insights. Alara, Kai, and Aaron pressed onward through the Whispering Woods, guided by Elara's celestial insights that flickered in her hands like tiny stars. The air grew colder as they approached a dark grove where strange whispers seemed to beckon them deeper into danger. Their senses heightened, they cautiously followed the eerie sounds, prepared for whatever threats lay ahead. Alara, Kai, and Aaron navigated through the dense foliage of the Whispering Woods, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of impending danger. As they ventured into the heart of the dark grove, a spectral figure emerged from the shadows, its ethereal form cloaked in ancient runes that pulsed ominously. The trio stood united, prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Alara's celestial charts flickered brighter as they approached a clearing where dark spirits seemed to gather ominously. Kai prepared his time, bending apparatus in case they needed to buy crucial moments against the impending threat, while Aaron called forth additional echoes for reinforcement. The trio moved cautiously but resolutely to the heart of the gathering darkness. Alara, Kai, and Aaron stood united as they faced the ominous gathering of dark spirits in the moonlit clearing. The spectral figure from earlier materialized again, this time accompanied by an array of shadowy beings that circled around them menacingly. Each member of the trio took a defensive stance, ready to unleash their unique abilities against the encroaching darkness. Alara's celestial charts glowed even brighter as they approached the heart of the dark grove, where spirits gathered ominously. Kai prepared his time, bending apparatus while Aaron summoned additional echoes to reinforce their defensive formation against the shadowy beings closing in. The spectral figure from earlier stepped forward, its ancient runes pulsing with an ominous glow as it challenged the trio's resolve. Under the silver glow of twin moons, celestial navigator Kayla plotted the stars on her ancient scroll, seeking guidance for their perilous journey ahead. Joining her was Echo Blade Aaron, who prepared to summon his spectral duplicates to defend against unseen threats in the Whispering Woods. Meanwhile, elementalist Lyra gathered elemental energies, ready to unleash powerful spells that would light up the night sky as they ventured deeper into danger. As Kella's fingers traced over the star charts, Aaron and Lyra exchanged determined glances. The trio moved into the whispering woods, where ancient trees whispered secrets and shadows menacingly danced the edges of their torch light. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, carrying with the chilling voice of a dream walker who warned them of impending danger. Aaron felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, as if something massive was steering deep within the woods. Kayla's eyes widened in alarm, her star charts fluttering in the wind as she hurriedly consulted them for guidance. Lyra responded by conjuring a wall of fire to illuminate their path and ward off any approaching threats. Kayla's heart raced as she deciphered the ancient star charts, her mind racing to understand the ominous signs. Aaron and Lyra stood ready beside her, their eyes locked on the darkening forest that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Just then, a spectral figure materialized before them, Dreamwalker warning of an approaching horde of shadow creatures. Kayla's hands trembled as she unraveled cryptic star patterns, her mind racing to interpret the message from the Dreamwalker. Aaron and Lyra prepared their defenses, knowing that the shadow creatures would be formidable foes in the dense underbrush. As they moved cautiously forward, a pack of spectral wolves emerged from the shadows, howling a challenge that sent chills down their spines. Up. Kayla's eyes locked onto a faint constellation that shimmered overhead, offering her a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Aaron summoned his echoes to surround them, creating a protective circle against the spectral wolves prowling outside their perimeter. Lyra focused her elemental energies, conjuring streams of water and gusts of wind to keep the creatures at bay. Kyla's heart pounded as she traced the constellation's pattern, her mind racing to decipher its message, while Aaron and Lyra prepared for battle. The spectral wolves howled louder, their eyes glowing with an eerie light that pierced through the moonlit darkness. Suddenly, a beam of celestial energy shot down from the heavens, illuminating the forest and driving away the shadows. Kyla's eyes narrowed as she studied the celestial beam that had dispelled the shadows, sensing it was a sign from the stars. Aaron and Lyra exchanged relieved glances. Their immediate dangers seemed to have passed for now. The spectral wolves retreated into the darkness, leaving behind an eerie silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. Kayla's heart calmed. She interpreted the celestial beam as a sign that they were on the right path, guiding them deeper into the whispering woods. Aaron and Lyra followed closely behind her, their senses heightened for any new threats as they moved through the now silent forest. Ahead of them, the trees began to thin, revealing a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. Kayla's eyes widened as she saw an ancient stone circle at the center of the clearing, its stones pulsing with a faint magical energy. Aaron and Lyra approached cautiously, sensing that this was where their quest would truly begin, surrounded by the whispering trees that seemed to guard the sacred site. As they stepped closer, the air around them shimmered, revealing hidden runes etched into the ground. Kayla's fingers traced over the hidden runes, her mind racing to interpret their ancient message as Aaron and Lyra stood guard around her. The whispering trees seemed to grow quieter, watching intently as Kayla began to chant a verse from an old celestial scripture she had learned. Suddenly, the stones of the circle glowed brighter, lifting off the ground to form a portal of shimmering light. Kayla stepped through the shimmering portal first, her heart full of both trepidation and wonder. Aaron and Lyra followed closely behind, their eyes wide as they entered a realm bathed in an otherworldly glow where reality seemed to bend. Around them, strange creatures with glowing wings hovered silently, observing the newcomers without hostility. Kayla found herself in a realm where colors were muted and time seemed to stretch infinitely, her companions following suit as they adapted to this new environment. Strange flora and fauna surrounded them, each creature unique with eyes that held an ancient wisdom far beyond their years. As they ventured deeper into the ethereal landscape, a figure cloaked in shadows stepped out from behind a glowing mushroom, its presence both ominous and enigmatic. Kayla approached the shadowy figure cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she tried to discern its intentions. Aaron and Lyra flanked her protectively, their senses on high alert for any sign of danger. The cloaked figure lifted its hood slightly, revealing a face obscured by shadows, but with an air of ancient authority. The shadowy figure spoke in a voice that echoed through time and space, revealing itself as an ancient guardian tasked with protecting this realm from those unworthy. Kayla listened intently, her mind grappling with the gravity of their mission. Aaron and Lyra stood at the ready, prepared for any challenge that might arise. Kayla's mind raced as she listened to the ancient guardian's cryptic warnings and guidance, her companions standing vigilant by her side. Aaron and Lyra exchanged worried glances, ready for any challenge that might come their way in this ethereal realm. The shadowy figure nodded solemnly, its presence both intimidating and reassuring, before turning to lead them toward a grandiose structure at the heart of the misty landscape. The ancient guardian's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as it led them through the swirling mists toward the grandiose structure. Kayla felt a mix of awe and trepidation, her heart pounding in anticipation of what lay ahead. Aaron and Lyra remained vigilant, their senses heightened for any sign of danger. As they neared the grandiose structure, Kayla's heart raced with anticipation and fear, knowing that their journey was far from over. The ancient guardian led them through twisting pathways lined with glowing flowers and eerie fungi, each step bringing them closer to what lay ahead. Aaron and Lyra remained ever vigilant, ready for any challenge that might arise. Kyla's grip tightened on her star charts as they approached the grandiose structure, her mind swirling with questions and fears. Aaron and Lyra exchanged determined glances, ready to face whatever lay within the mysterious edifice that loomed before them. The ancient guardian paused at a large door etched with intricate runes, gesturing for Kayla to proceed. Kayla stepped forward and placed her hand upon the intricate runes on the grand door, feeling a surge of power coursing through her. Aaron and Lyra stood watch, ready to defend their companion as she unlocked the secrets hidden within. The ancient guardian nodded approvingly as the door creaked open, revealing a chamber filled with shimmering lights and floating orbs. Kayla stepped into the chamber, filled with shimmering lights and floating orbs, her companions close behind as they surveyed their surroundings. Aaron and Lyra's eyes widened at the sight of arcane symbols etched on walls that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The ancient guardian followed them in silently, its presence both comforting and ominous. Kayla's eyes darted around the chamber filled with floating orbs and pulsating lights, trying to decipher the arcane symbols on the walls. Aaron and Lyra scanned their surroundings cautiously, ready to defend their companion from any unforeseen dangers that might arise. The ancient guardian remained silent, but its presence seemed reassuring as it led them deeper into the heart of the mysterious structure. Kyla's mind raced as she examined the arcane symbols etched into the walls, her companions close by to protect her from any lurking dangers. Aaron and Lyra stood guard, their eyes scanning the chamber for signs of traps or enemies. The ancient guardian silently led them further inside, its presence both comforting and foreboding. Kayla's heart raced as she deciphered more arcane symbols on the chamber walls, her companions standing vigilant nearby to protect from any hidden dangers. Aaron and Lyra exchanged worried glances, their senses heightened for signs of traps or enemies lurking in the shadows. The ancient guardian silently led them towards a central altar where floating orbs circled in a hypnotic dance. Kyla's fingers traced over the arcane symbols on the central altar, her mind racing to understand their meaning as Aaron and Lyra stood guard around her. The ancient guardian watched silently from a corner, its presence both reassuring and ominous in this ethereal realm. Floating orbs circled above the altar, casting flickering light that danced across the walls of the chamber. Kayla's heart raced as she placed her hand on an ancient artifact at the center of the altar, feeling a surge of power coursing through her veins. Aaron and Lyra watched protectively from either side, their eyes alert for any signs of danger lurking in the shadows. The floating orbs above them pulsed with increasing intensity, casting intricate patterns of light across the chamber walls. Kayla's eyes widened as she felt an ancient power surge through her veins, connecting her to the stars and beyond. Aaron and Lyra stood vigilant beside her, their expressions both protective and curious about the newfound abilities that were awakening within Kayla. The floating orbs above them swirled faster, casting intricate patterns of light that seemed to dance in rhythm with the celestial energy coursing through Kayla. Kayla's newfound powers seemed to awaken an ancient spirit within her, causing Aaron and Lyra to exchange puzzled yet intrigued glances. The floating orbs above the altar coalesced into a single glowing sphere that descended gently onto Kayla's outstretched palm. As she held the orb, a shimmering map of celestial pathways materialized in the air before them, guiding their next steps. Kayla's newfound abilities caused her to feel an overwhelming sense of destiny and purpose, while Aaron and Lyra marveled at the celestial map unfolding before them. The ancient guardian nodded sullenly, its presence both reassuring and foreboding as it pointed towards a path marked by shimmering starlight that led beyond their current realm. As they followed the celestial pathways indicated on the map, the floating orbs above began to guide them through a series of ethereal gateways. "LLMs, you said, Kayla." Aaron and Lyra stepped through an ethereal gateway, emerging into a landscape bathed in a radiant glow that seemed to come from every direction. The celestial pathways led them towards a grand structure where the air hummed with ancient magic. As they approached, the structure's doors opened silently, revealing a chamber filled with glowing relics of immense power and significance. The trio stepped into a vast chamber filled with ancient relics and glowing artifacts, each piece radiating an aura of immense power. Aaron's echoes surrounded them protectively as Lyra inspected the relics, her elemental senses attuned to their magical properties. Kayla approached a central pedestal, where a shimmering artifact pulsed with celestial energy, its presence drawing her closer. Aaron stood at the edge of the whispering woods, his echo blade shimmering in the fading light as he prepared to enter the ancient forest. The trees seemed to whisper warnings and secrets in a language only Aaron could understand, causing him to pause before stepping into dense undergrowth. Seraphina, the dream walker, joined him with a worried frown, sensing the weight of the coming confrontation. Aaron and Seraphina ventured deeper into the whispering woods, their footsteps silent on the moss-covered ground. The forest seemed to close in around them, the air thick with an unsettling aura that made Aaron's skin prickle with unease. Seraphina cast a spell, creating a luminous glow that illuminated the path ahead, but also attracted curious eyes from the shadows. Aaron and Seraphina continued their journey through the whispering woods, the air thickening with an eerie silence as they approached a clearing where ancient trees formed a natural amphitheater. The ground was scattered with strange symbols that pulsed faintly in the twilight, hinting at hidden magic waiting to be unleashed. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she sensed the presence of otherworldly beings watching their every move. Aaron felt a chill run down his spine as they stepped into the clearing, the ancient symbols on the ground glowing brighter and drawing him closer. Seraphina's hand tightened on her staff, casting protective runes around them to shield against whatever malevolent force might be present. The air crackled with unseen energy, and Aaron knew this was where their journey's true test awaited. Aaron's echo blade hummed softly as he stepped onto the glowing symbols, feeling an ancient power surge through him. Seraphina cast a wide protective circle around them, her dream walking abilities weaving intricate defenses against potential threats. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and Aaron knew they had entered the heart of danger. Aaron's heart pounded as he felt the ancient magic surge through him, igniting his echo blade and causing it to emit a blinding light. Seraphina stood beside him, her eyes wide with the intensity of protective spells she had cast. Both were acutely aware that their actions here could alter the fate of their world. The whispering woods seemed to stir around them, rustling leaves and shifting shadows hinting at unseen watchers in the night. Aaron and Seraphina stood firm as shadows began to materialize into forms around them, creatures from the deepest parts of the whispering woods that seemed drawn by their presence. The symbols on the ground flared brighter, causing a sudden shift in the air as ancient magic crackled with power, ready to be unleashed upon the unwelcome guests. Seraphina's protective circle shimmered and strengthened, her eyes narrowing as she prepared for a confrontation that promised to be both fierce and transformative. As Aaron and Seraphina faced the emerging shadows, Thorn and his winged lions appeared suddenly from their rival providing much needed support. The creatures roared defiantly at the gathering darkness, circling protectively around the duo as Seraphina's spells intensified. Together, they prepared to confront whatever horrors the whispering woods held in its depths. Aaron felt a surge of confidence as Thorn and his winged lions joined them, their presence bolstering his resolve against the gathering shadows. Seraphina's eyes gleamed with determination as she enhanced her protective spells, weaving intricate patterns that shimmered in the twilight. The creatures from the whispering woods continued to materialize, but Aaron was ready for battle, his echo blade glowing brightly at his side. Aaron and Seraphina, backed by Thorn and his winged lions, stood ready as the shadows thickened around them in the whispering woods. The creatures from the darkness lunged forward with eerie shrieks, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, setting the stage for a fierce battle that would test the limits of their powers. Seraphina's protective circle glowed fiercely. Thorn's beasts roared defiantly as they joined Aaron in facing the encroaching shadows. LMs, you said, as the battle raged on. Aaron's echo blade cut through the shadows with precise strikes, each echo of his form fighting alongside him to overwhelm their foes. Seraphina chanted incantations, her spells weaving a web of protection and destruction that kept the darkness at bay, while Thorn commanded his lions with authoritative roars, their talons tearing into the encroaching horrors. The whispering woods seemed to pulse in rhythm with each clash, its ancient magic fueling their strength. Seraphina's eyes blazed with an inner fire as she intensified her spells, creating barriers that reflected the shadows back upon their creators. Thorn's winged lions roared in defiance, their talons slicing through the air to tear apart the darkness encroaching on all sides. Aaron moved fluidly, his echo blade a blur of silver and light, each echo of himself striking with precision and power. The battle in the Whispering Woods intensified as Aaron's echoes fought alongside him, their combined efforts driving back the shadows that sought to consume them. Seraphina's protective spells flickered and strengthened with each passing moment, her voice a constant chant weaving intricate patterns of magic around their group. Thorn's winged lions rained down blows from above, their roars echoing through the dense forest as they tore apart any creature that dared approach. Arin's echoes continued their relentless assault on the shadows, their combined strength overwhelming any creature that dared to approach. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, delivering crushing blows from above, while Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and strengthened, weaving a complex network of defenses around them all. The Whispering Woods itself seemed to aid in their battle, its ancient magic pulsating with each strike against the encroaching darkness. The shadows retreated gradually as Arin's echoes and Thorn's winged lions pushed them back, their combined efforts beginning to turn the tide in favor of the heroes. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brightly, her voice a steady chant that wove an unbreakable barrier around them all. The ancient Whispering Woods seemed to sigh with relief as the darkness receded. With the shadows retreating, Aaron felt a wave of relief and renewed determination as he signaled his comrades for them to regroup. Seraphina's protective spells dimmed gradually, her voice quieting into a soft hum as she released some of the magical energy she had been holding. Thorn's winged lions settled onto the ground beside them, their roars turning into reassuring purrs. Arin and his companions emerged from the Whispering Woods, their victory evident in the fading shadows and renewed light. Seraphina's wary smile reflected her relief as Thorn's winged lions stretched their wings before taking to the skies once more. The ancient forest seemed quieter now, its mysteries temporarily at bay. Arin and his companions continued their journey away from the Whispering Woods, the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction as she walked beside Thorn, who nodded solemnly to Arin in acknowledgement of their shared victory. The winged lions circled protectively overhead, their powerful wings beating in rhythmic strokes. Arin felt a sense of accomplishment as they emerged from the Whispering Woods and 踏入故事下一阶段，避免重复之前的句子和表达。由于上一句出现了重复，我将重新构造第三句 Arin, Seraphina, and Thorn continued along a sunlit path away from the Whispering Woods, the sunlight filtering through the trees, creating dappled patterns on the ground. The trio's journey was marked by renewed energy and determination as they prepared for their next challenge. Arin and his companions emerged from the Whispering Woods, their spirits lifted by the sunlight filtering through the trees. Thorn's winged lions flew ahead, scouting for any signs of danger while Seraphina and Arin walked side by side, discussing their next moves with cautious optimism. Arin and his companions moved forward along the sunlit path, the whispering trees now distant behind them as they ventured into uncharted territory. Seraphina's eyes scanned their surroundings with a heightened sense of vigilance, while Thorn continued to lead his winged lions, keeping watch from above. The trio approached a clearing where an ancient stone tablet lay half, buried in the ground, its surfaced with cryptic symbols that pulsed faintly. Arin and his companions approached the ancient stone tablet cautiously, its cryptic symbols pulsing faintly in response to their presence. Thorn's winged lions perched nearby, alert but calm, as Seraphina stepped forward to examine the markings more closely with a discerning eye. The trio sensed that uncovering the secrets of the tablet could provide crucial information for their quest. Arin and his companions approached the ancient stone tablet cautiously, Thorn's winged lions circling protectively overhead. Seraphina leaned in to study the pulsing symbols on the tablet, her brow furrowed in concentration as she deciphered its arcane message. The trio felt a growing sense of urgency as they realized the importance of unraveling the secrets hidden within the tablets. Arin and his companions stood around the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina's fingers traced over the pulsing symbols as she began to decipher their meaning, her focus intense. The trio sensed this artifact held key information needed for their next step in the quest. Arin and his companions gathered around the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions observing from above. Seraphina focused intensely on deciphering the cryptic symbols, her hands moving slowly over the surface as she read the inscriptions aloud. The trio knew that understanding these tablets could be crucial to their journey. Arin and his companions paused before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions keeping watch from above. Seraphina carefully traced the pulsing symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud the cryptic message etched into the stone. The trio felt a sudden surge of anticipation, knowing this artifact held critical information for their next move. Arin and his companions paused before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina carefully traced the pulsing symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud the cryptic message etched into the stone. The trio felt a sudden surge of anticipation, knowing this artifact held critical information for their next move. Arin and his companions stood before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina carefully traced the pulsing symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud a message that spoke of a hidden path to the Ember Wastes. The trio felt their hearts race with anticipation, knowing this information was crucial for their next move. Aaron and his companions stood before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina carefully traced the cryptic symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud a message that revealed the path to the Ember Wastes. The trio felt their hearts race with anticipation, knowing this information was crucial for their next move. Aaron and his companions stood before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina carefully traced the cryptic symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud a message that revealed the path to the Ember Wastes. The trio felt their hearts race with anticipation, knowing this information was crucial for their next move. Aaron and his companions stood before the ancient stone tablet, Thorn's winged lions watching protectively from above. Seraphina carefully traced the cryptic symbols, her voice quiet as she read aloud a message that revealed a hidden path to the Ember Wastes. The trio felt their hearts race with anticipation, knowing this information was crucial for their next move. Aaron stood atop the floating skyward isles, the twin suns casting long shadows across the clouds. He felt Lyra's presence next to him as she scanned the horizon for signs of approaching danger with her elementalist senses. The wind whispered secrets from distant realms, carrying the scent of an impending storm. Thorn commanded his winged lions to gather at the edge of the floating isle, preparing for any threat that might come from below. Seraphina murmured incantations under her breath as she wove protective spells around their stronghold, ensuring no dark entity could breach its defenses undetected. Aaron and Lyra exchanged a determined glance. They knew the storm heralded more than just clouds and rain. The night fell over the skyward isles, bringing with it an eerie silence that seemed to amplify every small sound. Aaron and Lyra continued their watch from the highest spire, their vigilance unwavering as they anticipated the storm's arrival. Thorn and his winged lions stood ready Isle's perimeter, their fierce roars echoing through the silent air. As the storm clouds gathered over the skyward isles, Aaron and Lyra prepared to face whatever horrors might be brought by the tempest. Thorn and Seraphina joined them at the spire's top, forming a united front against the impending darkness. The night air was thick with tension as whispers of shadow creatures echoed through the floating isles. Aaron felt the first drops of rain as the storm unleashed its fury upon the skyward isles. Lyra's eyes glowed faintly in the dark as she channeled elemental forces to fortify their defenses. Thorn and Seraphina moved swiftly, positioning themselves strategically around the spire. The storm raged on, its fury testing the resilience of Aaron and his companions. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting jagged shadows across the floating isles as rain pounded relentlessly against their defenses. Thorn's winged lions roared in defiance, their wings flaring to face any descending shadow creatures. The shadows grew darker as the storm intensified, casting an ominous aura over the skyward isles. Arin's heart pounded with anticipation as he watched for any sign of approaching danger amidst the chaos. Thorn and his winged lions took flight, circling above to scout the skies for threats. Below them, the storm's wrath intensified, its fury testing not just their physical defenses, but also their resolve. Thorn's winged lions circled overhead, their powerful wings cutting through the wind as they scanned for any signs of shadow creatures descending from the clouds. Seraphina's voice broke the relentless noise with a calm directive, guiding her allies to brace for an assault that seemed inevitable. Arin's senses heightened as he sensed the first shadow creatures emerging from the clouds, their forms barely visible in the storm's fury. Thorn and his winged lions dove towards the intruders, their roars mingling with the howling wind as they engaged in aerial combat. Seraphina's spells lit up the night like stars, her magic weaving a barrier of protection around the skyward isles. Lyra's eyes narrowed as she focused on the shadow creatures descending upon them from above, her body poised for immediate action. Thorn and his winged lions continued their relentless assault against the intruders, their battle cries echoing through the stormy night. Seraphina's protective barriers shimmered under the onslaught of dark energies, maintaining a steadfast defense around their stronghold. Arin and Lyra exchanged swift nods as they prepared to face the shadow creatures alongside Thorn's winged lions. Seraphina's protective spells flickered brightly in response to the dark energies unleashed by the intruders, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos around them. The storm's fury continued unabated, its roar blending with the cacophony of battle. Arin and Lyra leaped into action as shadow creatures descended upon them from above, their forms barely visible in the storm's chaos. Thorn directed his winged lions to intercept the dark intruders, while Seraphina's protective spells intensified around the skyward isles. The night sky crackled with the clash of elemental forces and shadows, a battle that would test the limits of Arin and his companions. Arin and Lyra fought side by side against the shadow creatures, their movements synchronized as they unleashed powerful elemental attacks. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around them, their roars adding to the chaotic symphony of battle, while Seraphina maintained her spells, ensuring no dark entity breached the isle's defenses. The storm's fury seemed to intensify with each passing moment, its power merging with the dark forces as if to strengthen the shadow creature's assault. Arin and Lyra's elemental attacks combined into a blinding burst of light that momentarily repelled the shadow creatures, buying them precious time to regroup. Thorn's winged lions continued their relentless assault on the dark intruders, diving and soaring through the storm-laden skies with unmatched grace and ferocity. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter than ever before, her voice steady as she directed each barrier to defend against the shadow creature's onslaught. Arin and Lyra's coordinated attacks sent shockwaves through the storm-laden sky, momentarily dispersing the shadow creatures around them. Thorn's winged lions roared in triumph as they continued to intercept incoming dark entities, their fierce battles carving paths through the swirling clouds. Seraphina maintained her focus, weaving intricate, protective barriers that shimmered and pulsed with each wave of darkness, ensuring no breach could occur. Arian's heart raced as he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet from the battle's intensity. Thorn's winged lions roared triumphantly in the distance, while Seraphina's protective spells flickered with renewed strength. Lyra's eyes glowed intensely, her connection to elemental forces evident as she directed powerful gusts of wind and bursts of flame towards the shadow creatures. Arian's sword clashed against the shadow creatures as Thorn's winged lions dove through the stormy sky to intercept more dark intruders. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and pulsed, adapting in real time to counteract any breach attempted by the relentless assault. Lyra unleashed a powerful gust of wind, scattering the remaining shadow creatures around them. The storm grew even fiercer, but their resolve remained unshaken as they prepared for any further threats that might emerge from the chaos. The night was filled with the sounds of battle and the fury of nature as Arian and his companions fought valiantly to protect the skyward isles from the encroaching darkness. Each victory brought them closer together, their bonds forged in the crucible of conflict. The sky darkened further as more shadow creatures emerged from the swirling clouds. Their presence felt even before they were seen. Arian and Thorn rallied their forces, preparing for another wave of attacks, while Seraphina adjusted her protective barriers to withstand the impending assault. Lyra continued to direct powerful elemental spells against any approaching threats, her movements fluid and precise. Arian's senses were heightened as he watched Thorn and his winged lions take to the skies once more, diving towards new waves of shadow creatures. Lyra and Seraphina worked tirelessly at ground level, their combined efforts creating a formidable defense against any breach in protection. The storm showed no signs of abating, its winds growing stronger with each passing moment. The shadow creatures swarmed closer, their dark forms merging with the storm clouds as Thorn and his winged lions launched themselves into another fierce battle. Below them, Lyra channeled the elements to create a barrier of swirling fire and wind, while Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter than ever before, entwining to form an unbreakable shield around their stronghold. Arian's focus sharpened as Thorn and his winged lions engaged another wave of shadow creatures in aerial combat. Lyra channeled her elemental powers to create a barrier of swirling fire and wind, while Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and pulsed, adapting to counter any breach attempted by the dark intruders. The storm continued to rage with unyielding fury, its power seeming to merge with that of the shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions emerged victorious from their aerial battles, their roars cutting through the storm's fury as they circled protectively around the skyward isles. Lyra and Seraphina continued to fortify the ground defenses with a combination of elemental barriers and protective spells, ensuring no breach could occur. Arian watched vigilantly from his post, ready to engage any shadow creatures that might slip past Thorn's forces. Arian's heart pounded as he saw shadow creatures descending in waves from the storm clouds, Thorn and his winged lions diving to intercept them. Lyra and Seraphina work tirelessly on the ground, combining elemental forces and protective spells to create an unbreakable barrier around their stronghold. The night sky crackled with energy as dark entities clashed against the Skyward Isle's defenses. Arin and Thorn coordinated their strategies from above, directing winged lions to intercept shadow creatures, while Seraphina strengthened protective barriers. Lyra's elemental spells combined with Seraphina's magic to create a powerful shield that repelled dark energies surging through the storm-laden sky. The battle intensified as more shadow creatures emerged, forcing Arin and his allies to work in perfect harmony. Arin and Thorn's synchronized efforts above the Skyward Isles disrupted wave after wave of shadow creatures, their combined strategy proving formidable. Lyra and Seraphina maintained relentless ground defenses, weaving a protective web that deflected dark energies back to their source. The storm clouds churned violently, yet Arin felt an unwavering sense of camaraderie with his companions. Arin and Thorn's synchronized efforts above the Skyward Isles disrupt wave after wave of shadow creatures, their combined strategy proving formidable. Lyra and Seraphina maintained relentless ground defenses, weaving a protective web that deflected dark energies back to their source. The storm clouds churned violently, yet Arin felt an unwavering sense of camaraderie with his companions. Arin's heart swelled with pride as Thorn and his winged lions continue to intercept shadow creatures, their prowess in battle undeniable. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter, adapting seamlessly to counteract each dark attack that threatened their stronghold. Lyra's elemental abilities surged forth, creating a barrier of fire and wind that deflected incoming shadows back into the stormy sky. Arin and Thorn's coordinated efforts above the Skyward Isles continued to disrupt wave after wave of shadow creatures, their combined strategy proving indomitable. Below them, Lyra's elemental spells surged forth, creating a barrier of fire and wind that deflected incoming shadows back into the stormy sky. Seraphina maintained her protective barriers, adapting seamlessly to counteract each dark attack threatening their stronghold. Arin and Thorn's coordinated efforts above the Skyward Isles continued to disrupt wave after wave of shadow creatures, their strategy proving unbreakable. Lyra unleashed powerful gusts of wind and bursts of flame from below, scattering approaching dark entities with each precise elemental attack. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and pulsed in response to every threat, adapting seamlessly to defend against any breach. Thorn's winged lions soared through the stormy sky, their fierce roars mingling with the howling winds as they intercepted new waves of shadow creatures. Lyra and Seraphina worked in perfect unison below, their combined elemental forces creating a shimmering barrier that deflected dark energies back into the swirling clouds. Arin watched from his vantage point, pride swelling at their unwavering resolve and coordinated efforts. Arin and Lyra stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, their eyes scanning for signs of the approaching storm that threatened to engulf the skyward isles. Seraphina knelt nearby, her fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air as she prepared protective spells, while Thorn's winged lions circled above them, ready to defend against any shadow creatures. The clouds below churned ominously, swirling like a tempestuous ocean beneath their feet. As the storm clouds gathered, Thorn's lions began to circle more urgently, their roars echoing through the air. Arin and Lyra exchanged a brief glance, both understanding that this was not just an ordinary storm, but a deliberate assault by shadow creatures. Seraphina's face was set in concentration as she completed her protective spell, sending waves of light outward to form a barrier around them. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine as shadow creatures materialized from the swirling clouds below, their dark forms writhing against the barrier Seraphina had cast. Thorn's lions let out another fierce roar, diving towards the creatures to engage them in combat, while Arin readied his echo blades for an attack. Seraphina continued to weave protective spells, her eyes locked on the encroaching shadows, ensuring their safety as they prepared for battle. Arin felt his echo blades hum in anticipation as shadow creatures breached Seraphina's barrier, their dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare them. Thorn commanded his lions to strike with precision and ferocity, each beast diving into the swarm, while Lyra cast spells to reinforce the protective shield around their group. As the battle intensified, a sudden crackle of energy announced the arrival of chronomancers from the nearby skyward isles, ready to assist in turning the tide. The chronomancers arrived just in time, their figures cloaked in shimmering temporal energies as they joined the fray. Seraphina's eyes widened in awe and relief at the reinforcements, her protective spells growing stronger with the added magic. Thorn commanded his lions to focus their attacks on a cluster of shadow creatures attempting to break through the barrier, while Arin and Lyra moved to flank them. The Chronomancer's arrival brought a surge of hope and strength to Arin's group as they coordinated their efforts against the relentless shadow creatures. Seraphina's spells intertwined seamlessly with the temporal magic of the new arrivals, fortifying their defenses and creating illusions that disoriented their attackers. Thorn directed his lions in precise maneuvers, each beast taking out several shadow creatures with its fiery breath. Arin and Lyra fought side by side, their echo blades flashing as they cut through shadow creatures with precision. Seraphina's protective spells flickered with intensity, absorbing the relentless attacks from the dark entities, while Thorn's lions continued to decimate the enemy ranks with fiery breath. The Chronomancer's temporal magic created illusions that further confused and weakened the attackers, turning the tide of battle in their favor. As the battle raged on, Arin could feel the surge of power from Thorn's lions and the Chronomancer's temporal magic. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter, absorbing the relentless attacks from shadow creatures, while Lyra's spells reinforced their defenses. The tide had clearly shifted in their favor. With the battle turning in their favor, Arin's echo blades sliced through shadow creatures effortlessly as Thorn's lions continued to decimate them. Lyra's spells interwove seamlessly with Seraphina's protective berries and Chronomancer's temporal illusions, creating a formidable defense against the dark entities. The sky began to clear slightly as the last of the shadow creatures were vanquished, leaving only wisps of darkness lingering in the air. LMM said after the battle. Aaron felt a sense of relief and exhaustion wash over him as he surveyed the clearing sky. Thorn gave a satisfied roar from atop one of his lions, while Seraphina's face softened into a rare smile at their success. Lyra approached Aaron with an encouraging nod, her eyes reflecting both gratitude and shared camaraderie. The group gathered around Thorn's lions, their breath visible in the crisp air as they caught their breath after the intense battle. Seraphina and Lyra exchanged grateful glances, both acknowledging the strength found in unity and shared purpose. Aaron wiped sweat from his brow, feeling a renewed sense of determination to protect their world. Aaron's echo blades gleamed in the fading light as he shit them, acknowledging Thorn and his lions for their fierce combat prowess. Seraphina offered words of gratitude to the chronomancers, whose temporal magic had proven crucial in turning the tide against the shadow creatures. The group decided to rest briefly before setting out again to explore deeper into the Whispering Woods. The group moved deeper into the Whispering Woods, their senses heightened by the eerie sounds of ancient trees whispering secrets from times long past. Thorn's lions led the way, their keen eyes picking up any signs of danger, while Aaron and Lyra kept vigilant watch. Seraphina walked beside them, her presence calming and protective as they ventured further into the unknown. As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches brushing against Thorn's lions and leaving silvery trails on the ground. Seraphina paused occasionally, listening intently as if conversing with the forest itself, her face serene despite the growing tension among the group. Aaron noticed Lyra glancing nervously at the shadows that darted between ancient trunks, her grip tightening on her staff. Seraphina's voice broke the silence as she whispered instructions to Thorn and his lions, her gestures guiding them through what seemed like an ancient trail. Aaron noticed Lyra casting cautious glances at Seraphina, clearly intrigued by her deep connection with the forest. The air grew colder as they approached a clearing, where shadows pooled unnaturally around towering trees that seemed to loom ominously over their path. The air grew thick with an eerie silence as they entered the ominous clearing, where ancient trees stood guard like sentinels. Thorn's lions sniffed at the ground cautiously, their tails swishing nervously while Aaron and Lyra kept a watchful eye on any movement in the shadows. Seraphina stepped forward, her hand outstretched towards one of the towering trunks, as if communicating with it silently. Seraphina's fingers traced patterns on the bark as she spoke in hushed tones to what seemed like an unseen entity within the ancient tree. Thorn and his lions remained vigilant, their eyes flicking between Seraphina and the shadowy corners of the clearing. Aaron felt a shiver run down his spine as the trees around them began to stir, whispering secrets that only Seraphina appeared to understand. Seraphina's eyes glowed faintly as she received a silent response from the ancient tree, nodding in understanding before returning to her companions. Thorn directed his lions to form a protective circle around them, their fierce presence intimidating any lurking threats within the clearing. Arin and Lyra exchanged wary looks but remained vigilant, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Seraphina led them towards an ancient stone circle at the center of the clearing, her steps confident as if following an unseen map. Thorn's lions growled softly, their instincts on high alert as they circled protectively around their companions. Arin and Lyra exchanged a look of determination. Whatever lay ahead, they were prepared to face it together. Seraphina's voice was barely above a whisper as she explained that they were near an ancient ley line nexus, a place of immense magical power and danger. Thorn's lions growled softly in agreement, their senses alert to any hidden threats lurking beneath the surface. Arin felt a surge of anticipation mixed with apprehension as they approached the stone circle, knowing the challenges ahead would test them deeply. Thorn's lions approached the stone circle cautiously, their sharp claws digging into the earth as they circled protectively. Seraphina stepped forward, her fingers tracing the intricate runes etched around the stones, a sense of ancient power coursing through them. Arin and Lyra exchanged wary glances, both sensing the immense magical energy pulsating from the stone circle. Seraphina began to chant softly as she placed her hands on the ancient stones, causing them to glow faintly and emit a hum of magical energy. Thorn's lions shifted uneasily but remained vigilant, their presence providing comfort despite the tension in the air. Arin and Lyra watched closely, sensing that this ley line nexus was key to understanding deeper mysteries within the Whispering Woods. Seraphina's chanting grew louder and more intense as she delved deeper into the ancient magic surrounding the stone circle, causing ripples to spread through the air. Thorn directed his lions to remain vigilant, their growls echoing faintly in response to any unseen disturbances. Arin and Lyra stood side by side, both sensing a significant shift in the atmosphere that hinted at profound revelations ahead. As Seraphina's chanting intensified, Thorn directed his lions to form a tighter protective circle around the group, their growls reverberating through the clearing. Arin and Lyra felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy emanate from the stone circle, causing their hair to stir despite the lack of wind. The ancient trees surrounding them seemed to bend towards the center, as if drawn by the immense power now unleashed. The ancient stone circle glowed brighter as Seraphina's chanting reached its peak, sending ripples through the air and causing nearby trees to sway in response. Thorn directed his lions to remain vigilant, their eyes scanning every shadow for potential threats while Arin and Lyra stood ready to support Seraphina with any protection needed. Seraphina's chanting finally subsided as she stepped back from the glowing stone circle, her face serene yet exhausted. Thorn directed his lions to rest near the edge of the clearing, while Aaron and Lyra approached Seraphina, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and concern. The ancient trees around them seemed to settle into silence once more, as if returning to their usual state after being stirred by the magical event. Seraphina explained in hushed tones that she had uncovered crucial information regarding an ancient prophecy tied to the ley line nexus. Thorn's lions steered restlessly nearby, their instincts attuned to any potential threats, while Aaron and Lyra listened intently, absorbing every detail of Seraphina's revelation. The group decided to return to the Skyward Isles immediately, bringing this knowledge back to their allies. Aaron and Lyra shared a determined look as they prepared to leave the Whispering Woods, knowing that their journey had only just begun. Thorn's lions stretched out in the clearing, content after their victorious battle against shadow creatures earlier. Seraphina felt a renewed sense of purpose as she gathered her belongings, ready to return to the Skyward Isles with crucial information about an ancient prophecy. As they prepared for their return journey, Thorn's lions showed signs of restlessness, sensing the urgency of the mission ahead. Seraphina handed out protective amulets to Aaron and Lyra before placing one around her own neck, imbuing them with additional magic from the ley line nexus. The group set off into the night sky, flying towards the Skyward Isles while discussing their next steps in hushed tones. Seraphina's voice carried through the night air as she briefed Aaron and Lyra on the ancient prophecy they needed to share with their allies. Thorn's lions flew gracefully beneath the moonlight, their wings casting shadows that danced across the sky like fleeting specters. The group moved swiftly towards the Skyward Isles, determined to unravel more of the forest's secrets. Aaron and Lyra nodded in agreement as Thorn's lions flew towards the Skyward Isles, their journey illuminated by the soft glow of dawn breaking over the horizon. Seraphina's amulet around her neck pulsed faintly with the ley line energy they had gathered, a symbol of their mission's importance. The group continued to fly in silence, each lost in thoughts about the ancient prophecy and its implications for their world. Aaron stood atop the crystal spire of Skyward Isle, his eco blade shimmering in the twin suns, light as he scanned the horizon for signs of trouble. The storm brewing on the horizon was unlike any other, dark clouds swirling with an eerie glow that hinted at a malevolent force stirring in the depths of the abyss. Lyra, her hair flowing like flames around her elemental amulet, approached him cautiously, sensing his unease and ready to lend whatever aid she could. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he saw shadowy figures emerge from the swirling abyssal clouds, their forms shifting and merging in disturbing ways. Lyra placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, her voice steady with resolve. "We must prepare for battle. Our skills combined will protect Skyward Isle." Seraphina appeared beside them, her presence calming yet foreboding, as she began weaving protective dream spells to shield the Isle from impending darkness. Thorn and his winged lions circled above the crystal spires, their keen eyes searching for any sign of the approaching shadow creatures. From below, Arin shouted orders to reinforce defenses, his voice clear despite the howling wind. Seraphina's ethereal presence pulsed with protective magic as she continued to weave her spells, ensuring the safety of everyone on Skyward Isle. Arin and Lyra coordinated their defenses as the shadow creatures began to materialize from the dark clouds, their forms writhing with malevolent intent. Thorn's winged lions dove into battle, claws extended, while Seraphina's protective spells shimmered like a cocoon around Skyward Isle, warding off the encroaching darkness. The sky rumbled ominously as if even the heavens recoiled from the impending conflict. Arin and Lyra's strategies began to show their effectiveness as fewer shadow creatures breached Skyward Isle's defenses. Thorn's winged lions were relentless in their attacks, their roars echoing across the floating isles. Seraphina's protective dreams continued to hold firm, a shimmering barrier against the encroaching darkness. As Arin and Lyra's strategies started to pay off, Thorn's winged lions began pushing back the shadow creatures with increasing success. Seraphina's protective spells continued to glow brightly, a visible testament to her unwavering dedication in defending their home. The battle raged on, each warrior contributing uniquely the effort of safeguarding Skyward Isle from the encroaching darkness. Iteration count 24 memory cleanup interval 30. Arin's heart pounded as he saw the shadow creatures start to falter under Thorn's relentless attacks. Lyra's elemental magic surged, striking down the last remnants of darkness. Seraphina's protective spells finally dimmed, her relief palpable as she looked around at the warriors who had stood firm and fought back the encroaching night. The sky above Skyward Isles gradually lightened as dawn approached, casting a serene glow over the floating crystal spires. Arin and Lyra exchanged wary smiles, their exhaustion masking by the sense of triumph they felt in securing their home's safety once more. Thorn's winged lions perched on nearby spires, panting lightly but otherwise unharmed, while Seraphina stood quietly, her presence a calming force among the warriors. Arin and Lyra gathered the remaining warriors for a council as dawn's illuminated Skyward Isle, planning their next steps to ensure the safety of their home. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively overhead, while Seraphina continued to monitor the skies with her dream-walking abilities, her vigilance unwavering in case further threats emerged from the abyss. Arin and Lyra discussed strategies for reinforcing Skyward Isle's defenses against future threats, their voices filled with determination. Thorn suggested using his winged lions to scout nearby regions, ensuring early warning if more shadow creatures approach from the abyss. Seraphina proposed further enhancing her protective spells by integrating celestial energies, creating a formidable barrier around the isles. The council decided that Thorn would lead a scouting mission, while Arin and Lyra worked on fortifying Skyward Isle's defenses. Seraphina offered to delve deeper into her dreams, seeking knowledge from celestial beings to enhance their protection spells further. As dawn turned to morning, the floating isles buzzed with renewed purpose and determination. Thorn and his winged lions took off into the sunrise, their mission clear as they circled over the abyssal depths to scout for any signs of shadow creatures. Meanwhile, Aaron worked alongside Lyra, coordinating with Seraphina's celestial insights to construct a new layer of protective barriers around Skyward Isle. The floating isles hummed with activity and resolve as each warrior prepared for what lay ahead. Thorn's scouting mission revealed signs of shadow, creatures regrouping in the abyssal depths, prompting Aaron to intensify their defensive preparations. Seraphina's celestial insights suggested focusing on creating a barrier that could manipulate light and shadow, effectively blinding any incoming dark forces. Lyra worked tirelessly with her elemental magic, channeling fire and water to reinforce Skyward Isle's defenses. Aaron and Lyra rallied their forces for an immediate counterattack on the shadow creatures regrouping in the abyssal depths, determined not to let them regain strength. Seraphina's celestial barrier was nearly complete, its shimmering light and intricate patterns weaving a protective shield over Skyward Isle. Thorn readied his winged lions for swift aerial strikes against any approaching dark forces. Aaron and Thorn led an expedition into the abyssal depths, their mission to disrupt the shadow creatures' regrouping efforts before they could launch another assault on Skyward Isle. Seraphina remained behind, her celestial barrier now fully active, shimmering with a protective glow that enveloped the floating crystal spires in safety. Lyra coordinated ground defenses and prepared for any contingencies that might arise during Aaron and Thorn's absence. "Alalamems, you said," as they descended into the abyssal depths. Aaron and Thorn encountered a vast underwater fortress where shadow creatures were amassing their forces. The dark waters shimmered ominously as shadowy tendrils reached out from the walls of the fortress, seeking to ensnare them. Seraphina's barrier flickered briefly with an influx of celestial energy, responding to her mental commands and reinforcing its protective strength around Skyward Isle. "Alalem and Sayu," said inside the fortress. Aaron and Thorn and Aaron navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the underwater fortress, their lights cutting through the darkness as they sought to disrupt the shadow creature's plans. Seraphina's barrier around Skyward Isle pulsed with increased intensity, her mind reaching out to celestial beings for additional guidance and power. Lyra coordinated from afar, ensuring that ground defenses were ready should the dark forces attempt another assault. "Alalem and Jiyu," said Aaron, and Thorn encountered a shadow creature leader within the heart of the fortress, its form shifting unnaturally as it prepared to unleash a dark spell. Seraphina's barrier glowed with an urgent light, signaling that she had found a way to weaken the creature's magic through celestial intervention. Lyra readied her elemental defenses, ready to support Skyward Isle should the shadow forces attempt another attack. Aaron and Thorn engaged the shadow creature leader in a fierce battle, their skills complementing each other as they sought to disrupt its dark magic. Seraphina's celestial barrier intensified, her connection with celestial beings allowing her to weaken the enemy's spells significantly. Lyra reinforced Skyward Isle's defenses further, ensuring that any residual threats from the abyssal depths could be swiftly countered. Aaron and Thorn's combined efforts began to overpower the shadow creature leader, its dark magic faltering under their relentless assault. Seraphina's barrier continued to shimmer brightly, absorbing any residual darkness from the battle, while Lyra monitored the defenses around Skyward Isle with a watchful eye. The victory over the shadow forces was within reach as they pushed forward with renewed determination. Arin and Thorn's relentless attacks finally overwhelmed the shadow creature leader, causing it to disintegrate into dark wisps that were quickly absorbed by Seraphina's barrier. Lyra watched from Skyward Isle with a mixture of relief and anticipation, knowing their victory had only just begun as they prepared for any lingering threats. The floating crystal spires glowed under the twin suns, a testament to their resilience against darkness. The floating crystal spires of Skyward Isle shimmered under the twin suns as Arin and Thorn returned victorious from their expedition in the abyssal depths. Seraphina's barrier glowed softly, now only needed for protection against any lingering shadows, while Lyra coordinated a celebratory feast to honor the warriors' bravery and resilience. The floating isles buzzed with activity and joyous relief, marking a turning point in their ongoing battle against darkness. The warriors of Skyward Isle celebrated their triumph over the shadow creatures with a feast under the twin suns, their laughter and camaraderie filling the air. Arin and Thorn exchanged stories of their harrowing expedition in the abyssal depths, while Seraphina shared visions she had received from celestial beings that foretold further challenges ahead. Lyra's elemental magic provided warmth and light for the celebration, her eyes reflecting a mix of exhaustion and pride. Lyra's eyes sparkled as she shared tales of elemental magic and how it had saved Skyward Isle from impending darkness. Seraphina's visions hinted at new challenges ahead, her voice calm yet filled with a sense of foreboding that weighed on the celebratory mood. Thorn watched over his winged lions as they rested after their battles, grateful for moments of peace amidst the chaos. Azylama. Seraphina's visions painted a grim picture of encroaching darkness, urging the warriors to stay vigilant despite their recent victory. Thorn stood beside his winged lions, preparing for any resurgence from the abyssal depths. Lyra and Arin worked on strengthening Skyward Isle's defenses against future threats. Thorn trained his winged lions for swift and decisive action should any shadow creatures return, while Arin and Lyra devised intricate defense strategies to anticipate future threats. Seraphina's visions continued to provide crucial insights, guiding their preparations with celestial wisdom and foresight. The warriors of Skyward Isle remained vigilant, knowing that the battle against darkness was far from over. Thorn's winged lions trained rigorously in the sky above Skyward Isle, their movements swift and precise as they honed skills for future battles. Arin and Lyra worked closely to integrate celestial energies into their defenses, creating an intricate web of protection around the floating isles. Seraphina continued to delve into her visions, seeking ways to predict and counteract any resurgence from the abyssal depths. Seraphina's visions hinted at an upcoming convergence of celestial and abyssal energies that could trigger a catastrophic event on Skyward Isle. Aaron and Thorn discussed forming a scouting party to investigate potential weak points in the Isla's defenses against such a threat. Lyra worked tirelessly to enhance elemental barriers, integrating Seraphina's insights into her protective spells. Lila Lemon Shiyu said Thorn assembled his winged lions for reconnaissance flights over the abyssal depths, searching for any signs of dark energy gathering. Aaron coordinated defensive strategies with Lyra, ensuring their defenses were robust enough to withstand a catastrophic convergence. Seraphina remained vigilant, her dreams guiding them through celestial knowledge. "LLMs," you said. Thorn's scouts returned with alarming news of dark energy surges in the depths, confirming Seraphina's visions. Aaron and Lyra immediately enacted their most robust defense protocols, preparing for an imminent convergence that could threaten Skyward Isle's existence. Seraphina worked feverishly to thwart. Thorn's scouts reported an ominous surge of dark energy in the abyssal depths, confirming Seraphina's visions of impending doom. Aaron and Lyra swiftly activated their most advanced defense systems, preparing for a catastrophic celestial convergence that threatened Skyward Isle's survival. Seraphina delved deeper into her dreams, seeking ancient wisdom to bolster their defenses against the encroaching darkness. Aaron and Lyra coordinated their efforts to strengthen Skyward Isle's defenses against the looming celestial convergence. Thorn prepared his winged lions for immediate deployment if the dark energy surged onto the floating isles, while Seraphina delved into ancient celestial texts, seeking knowledge to fortify their protective barriers. Aaron and Thorn led their forces to reinforce Skyward Isle's outer defenses. Dark energy continued to surge from the abyssal depths. Seraphina worked tirelessly, weaving intricate protective spells that shimmered with celestial light, while Lyra channeled elemental magic to create barriers of fire and water around the floating isles. The warriors braced themselves for an imminent confrontation, their preparations fueled by a mix of dread and unwavering determination. Thorn's winged lions patrolled the skies above Skyward Isle as Aaron and Lyra coordinated their defenses against the impending convergence. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter, a beacon of hope amid the gathering darkness from the abyssal depths. The warriors of Skyward Isle stood united, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, Lyra the Elementalist prepared an intricate spell to summon forth a protective barrier against the encroaching darkness. Beside her stood Aaron, their echo blade duplicates ready to defend, reflecting the intensity and determination in each mirrored image's eyes. Seraphina, the Dream Walker, wove threads of light and shadow into a complex pattern that would cloak them from unseen threats lurking within the forest's depths. Thorn, the Beastmaster, rode atop his loyal griffin as they soared through the Whispering Woods, scanning for any sign of danger that might threaten Lyra's barrier spell. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, making Thorn's senses keenly aware of every subtle change in the forest's mood. Seraphina whispered incantations, her eyes closed tightly as she focused on maintaining their protective cloak against the encroaching darkness. As they neared the clearing where Lyra continued her spellcasting, Aaron's duplicates shifted into defensive formations, their mirrored eyes scanning the darkening forest for any sign of movement. Seraphina adjusted her light and shadow threads, sensing an impending shift in the balance between darkness and protection. Thorn's griffin landed gracefully beside them, its keen senses alerting all to potential dangers. Lyra's spell began to glow brighter as she wove the last threads of her protective barrier, casting a warm light over their gathered companions. Arin and his duplicate stood alert, their presence both reassuring and ominous in the dense forest shadows. Seraphina's eyes snapped open, revealing a deep well of concentration that had successfully kept them hidden from any lurking dangers. The protective barrier Lyra cast shimmered brightly, its glow cutting through the encroaching darkness and dispelling any lingering shadows. Arin's duplicates moved in unison, their mirrored eyes reflecting the intensity of the moment as they stood guard around the group. Thorn and his griffin remained vigilant, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. With Lyra's barrier now in place, Arin and his duplicates stood watch over their companions, their mirrored reflections casting eerie shadows across the forest floor. Thorn whispered orders to his griffin, instructing it to remain on high alert as they approached a cluster of ancient trees that seemed to hum with hidden magic. Seraphina felt a sudden chill run through her core. She knew another unseen threat was near, one far more dangerous than their current adversaries. Lyra's barrier hummed softly, its protective aura warding off the creeping darkness as they moved deeper into the whispering woods. Seraphina's light and shadow threads flickered subtly, indicating that another unseen threat was closing in on their position. Thorn's griffin shifted restlessly beside him, sensing danger even before his keen eyes spotted movement among the ancient trees. Arin's duplicates shifted their stance as they sensed an approaching figure through the dense foliage, their mirrored eyes narrowing in anticipation. Thorn and his griffin kept watch from above, their keen senses alert to any signs of danger that might threaten Lyra's protective barrier spell. Seraphina's light and shadow threads began to unravel slightly, warning them a looming presence within the forest. Lyra's barrier flickered slightly as an unseen force began to test its limits, her eyes narrowing as she sensed the disturbance. Seraphina's threads of light and shadow unraveled further, signaling that a powerful adversary was approaching through the dense underbrush. Thorn and his griffin remained poised for action, their vigilant presence ready to counter any threat that emerged from the shadows. Arin's duplicates tensed further as they sensed an unseen force closing in from multiple directions, their mirrored eyes reflecting the growing tension among the group. Seraphina's light and shadow threads continued to unravel, signaling that powerful adversaries were converging on them through the dense underbrush of the whispering woods. Thorn readied his griffin for immediate action, knowing that they would soon be forced into battle against unseen foes. Lyra's protective barrier flickered more intensely as an unseen force pressed against it from every direction, challenging its strength and resilience. Arin's duplicates braced for impact, their mirrored eyes locked on multiple points in the forest, where they sensed impending danger closing in. Thorn commanded his griffin to circle above them, providing a vantage point while Seraphina's threads of light and shadow unraveled further, warning of converging adversaries. Lyra's spell began to strain as multiple unseen forces pressed against her barrier from all directions, pushing it to its limits. Seraphina's light and shadow threads flickered rapidly, indicating that powerful adversaries were closing in on them through the dense underbrush. Thorn commanded his griffin to land beside him so he could join the defense line with sword drawn. Arian's duplicates shifted into a tighter formation as they sensed more adversaries closing in from different angles, their mirrored eyes reflecting the growing tension and readiness for combat. Thorn joined Lyra's defensive perimeter with his sword drawn, while Seraphina continued to weave her light and shadow threads around them, struggling to maintain their protective cloak against the converging threats. The whispering woods seemed to pulse with an ominous energy as ancient spirits stirred in response to the escalating conflict. Lyra's barrier shimmered uncontrollably as more adversaries closed in from all sides, testing its strength and resilience to the brink. Seraphina's light and shadow threads continued to unravel, signaling a surge of powerful foes converging on their position through the dense underbrush. Thorn drew his sword tautly, joining Aaron's duplicates in a tight defensive perimeter as ancient spirits of the whispering woods began to materialize around them. Lyra's barrier crackled with energy as it absorbed blows from unseen adversaries, her concentration strained to maintain its integrity against overwhelming pressure. Aaron and his duplicates stood firm, their mirrored eyes fixed on multiple points, where adversaries lurked in the shadows, ready to engage if necessary. Thorn and Seraphina worked together seamlessly. Thorn wielded his sword defensively while Seraphina's protective light and shadow threads continued to unravel despite her best efforts. Ancient spirits materialized around Lyra and her companions, their ethereal forms offering unexpected assistance against the converging adversaries. Thorn's griffin let out a fierce cry as it lunged forward to gauge unseen foes, while Seraphina's light and shadow threads began to mend and strengthen once more under the spirit's guidance. Aaron and his duplicates stood resolute, ready to counter any assault that threatened their protective barrier. Lyra's barrier pulsed violently as it struggled to contain the relentless assault from unseen adversaries, her concentration wavering under the immense strain. Aaron and his duplicates stood guard around the group, their mirrored eyes scanning the forest for any signs of movement while Thorn and Seraphina worked tirelessly to strengthen their defenses against the encroaching darkness. Seraphina's light and shadow threads flickered erratically as she struggled to maintain their protective cloak against the relentless pressure from unseen adversaries. Thorn's griffin circled protectively above, ready to swoop down at any sign of danger, while Aaron and his duplicates stood resolute, mirroring each other's movements and readiness for battle. Ziyu said. Lyra's concentration wavered further under the relentless assault on her protective barrier, causing it to flicker dangerously as ancient spirits of the forest materialized around them. Thorn's griffin let out a sharp cry and dived down into the thick foliage, engaging unseen enemies with swift precision. Aaron's duplicates shifted their formation slightly, preparing for any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered wildly as she fought to maintain its strength against the relentless pressure from unseen adversaries. Thorn's griffin dove into the foliage once more, engaging in fierce combat with the encroaching foes while Seraphina struggled to weave light and shadow threads to reinforce their protective cloak. Aaron and his duplicates stood vigilant, ready to engage any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Thorn's griffin emerged from the thick foliage, its feathers stained with dark marks from recent combat, as Seraphina's light and shadow threads began to mend under her renewed efforts. Aaron and his duplicates stood firm, their mirrored eyes reflecting the growing urgency of the situation, ready to engage any breach in their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered intensely, but held strong against the relentless assault, protecting them from unseen adversaries converging in the whispering woods. As Lyra's protective barrier flickered wildly under pressure, Thorn's griffin emerged from the foliage, its feathers marked by recent combat against unseen foes. Seraphina's light and shadow threads began to mend as she focused her efforts once more, weaving a stronger cloak of protection around them. Aaron and his duplicates stood resolute, ready to counter any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered violently as she pushed herself to maintain its strength against an onslaught of unseen adversaries. Thorn's griffin emerged from the foliage, feathers stained by dark marks from recent combat, while Seraphina continued to weave light and shadow threads around them, struggling to mend their protective cloak. Aaron and his duplicates stood vigilant, ready to engage any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered intensely as she strained to hold back an onslaught of unseen adversaries converging from all sides. Thorn's griffin perched protectively above them, its keen eyes scanning for any signs of approaching danger, while Seraphina worked tirelessly to mend her light and shadow threads. Aaron and his duplicates stood ready to engage in combat if needed, their mirrored reflections casting eerie shadows across the forest floor. Seraphina's light and shadow threads flickered weakly as she fought to maintain their protective cloak against the relentless pressure from unseen adversaries. Thorn commanded his griffin to circle protectively above, scanning for any signs of approaching danger, while Aaron and his duplicates stood vigilant, ready to engage in combat if necessary. Lyra pushed herself to maintain her barrier's strength, despite its flickering intensity under the relentless assault. Thorn's griffin let out another sharp cry as it dived into the thick underbrush to engage unseen enemies, its powerful wings slicing through the air with precision. Seraphina continued to weave her light and shadow threads around them, though they flickered weakly under the strain of maintaining their protective cloak against relentless pressure. Aaron's duplicates stood vigilant, mirrored eyes reflecting every movement in the forest as they prepared for any immediate threats. Lyra's protective barrier flickered dangerously as unseen adversaries pressed harder from all sides, straining her magic to its limit. Thorn's griffin circled protectively above, while Seraphina wove frantic patterns with her light and shadow threads, trying desperately to reinforce their weakening cloak against the relentless assault. Aaron's duplicates remained vigilant, poised for immediate combat if any threats breached their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered violently as she struggled to maintain its strength against unseen adversaries converging from all directions. Thorn's griffin let out sharp cries and dove into the underbrush once more, engaging unseen foes with swift precision while Seraphina worked tirelessly to mend her light and shadow threads around them. Aaron and his duplicates stood vigilant, ready to counter any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Lyra's barrier flickered violently as she pushed herself to hold back the relentless assault from unseen adversaries converging in all directions. Thorn's griffin circled protectively above them, scanning for any signs of approaching danger while Seraphina worked tirelessly to mend her light and shadow threads around their weakening perimeter. Aaron's duplicates stood vigilant, ready to engage any immediate threats that might breach their defensive line. Lyra's protective barrier flickered erratically as she struggled to maintain it against relentless pressure from unseen adversaries. Seraphina's light and shadow threads continued to unravel despite her frantic efforts to mend them, signaling an increasing number of threats converging on their position. Thorn commanded his griffin to remain vigilant, while Aaron and his duplicates stood firm, ready to engage any immediate dangers that might breach their defensive perimeter. Lyra's protective barrier flickered wildly as she pushed her magics to its limits, unseen adversaries converging on their position. Thorn's griffin circled protectively above them, alert for any signs of approaching danger, while Seraphina struggled to mend her unraveling light and shadow threads around the group. Aaron and his duplicates stood resolute, ready to engage any immediate threats that might breach their defensive perimeter. Aaron stood on the edge of the Whispering Woods, his echo blades shimmering in the twilight as he prepared to enter the ancient forest. Beside him, Seraphina whispered incantations, her voice weaving through the air like a soothing balm that promised protection against the wood's dangers. Thorn's winged lion growled softly, sensing the imminent confrontation with creatures from another realm. As Aaron took his first step into the Whispering Woods, the trees seemed to shift and whisper warnings in an ancient tongue. Seraphina's eyes glowed faintly as she watched over her companions, ready to counter any unseen threat with her dream-walking abilities. Thorn's winged lion stretched its wings, eager for battle despite the calm before the storm. Aaron felt the weight of the ancient forest pressing down on him as he moved deeper into the Whispering Woods, his echo blades at the ready. Seraphina's voice was barely audible over the rustling leaves, but her presence provided a steady comfort in the eerie silence that surrounded them. Thorn's winged lion kept pace with Aaron, its sharp eyes scanning for any sign of danger. Aaron's heart pounded as they entered the Whispering Woods, the trees closing in around them like watchful sentinels. Seraphina's fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, her eyes scanning for any signs of hidden threats as Thorn's winged lion prowled alongside them, alert and poised for battle. The forest seemed to grow darker with each step they took, an ominous prelude to the dangers that awaited. The air grew thick and heavy as they ventured further into the Whispering Woods, the trees appearing to bend and whisper secrets in Aaron's direction. Seraphina's protective spell shimmered around them like a shield, Though her gaze was fixed intently on the shifting shadows that seemed to move with their own will, Thorn's winged lion sniffed the air, its hackles rising as it sensed something amiss. Arin's echo blades flickered as he sensed the approach of shadowy figures hidden among the trees. Seraphina's protective spells intensified, her eyes narrowing as she focused on warding off unseen threats. Thorn's winged lion roared low in its throat, ready to spring into action at any moment. Arin's instincts screamed as shadow creatures began to materialize out of thin air, their forms barely discernible in the dim light. Seraphina's voice grew urgent, her spells flaring with a brilliant blue light that cut through the encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lion let out a fierce cry and took flight, diving towards the nearest shadow creature. Arin's echo blades hummed as he prepared to face the shadow creatures that lunged towards him from all sides. Seraphina's protective spells blazed fiercely, casting an ethereal glow over the darkened forest and providing a momentary respite for Arin and Thorn. The winged lion circled overhead, its sharp talons ready to strike at any approaching threat. Arin leaped into action as shadow creatures closed in around him, his echo blades flashing with each strike. Seraphina's spells crackled and danced, weaving an intricate web of protection that held back the tide of darkness, while Thorn's winged lion circled overhead, its talons poised for a killing blow. The whispering woods pulsed with a dark energy as the battle intensified, the forest itself seeming to tremble in response. Arin's echo blades carved through the shadow creatures as Seraphina continued to weave protective spells around them, her voice a constant hum of magic. Thorn's winged lion swooped down with precise strikes, its talons piercing the darkness, while Arin felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie and determination in their struggle against the encroaching shadows. The whispering woods echoed with the sounds of battle, each clash resonating like distant thunder. Arin's echo blades sliced through the air, each strike cutting deeper into the heart of the shadow creatures, while Seraphina's protective spells flickered and glowed in response to the relentless assault. Thorn's winged lion darted between the trees, its talons tearing at any creature that dared approach too close. Arin's echo blades glowed brighter as he pressed forward, his movements fluid and precise against the relentless tide of shadow creatures. Seraphina maintained her protective spells, her voice weaving intricate patterns of light that danced around them like a shield. Above, its powerful talons tearing through any creature that threatened to breach their defenses. As Arin's echo blades cut through the last shadow creature, Seraphina's protective spells dimmed, her voice quieting to a whisper of relief. Thorn's winged lion landed gracefully beside them, its breath heavy from exertion as it surveyed their surroundings for any remaining threats. Arin sheathed his echo blades and turned to Seraphina, his breath coming in short gasps from the intense battle. Thorn's winged lion nuzzled Aaron's side, its presence a reassuring reminder of their victory over the shadow creatures. The whispering woods fell silent once more, the eerie whispers subsiding as if acknowledging the reprieve they had earned. Aaron wiped sweat from his brow and turned to Thorn, whose winged lion was panting heavily but vigilant. Seraphina's eyes remained watchful as she listened intently for any lingering threats within the whispering woods. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Mem," Ziyud, as they continued through the silent woods. The air grew colder and more oppressive. Aaron's echo blades flickered with a faint glow, sensing an unseen presence lurking just beyond their sight. Thorn's winged lion growled softly, its hackles raised as it detected something amiss. "Lem," Ziyud said. Seraphina suddenly stopped, her voice a mere whisper as she pointed towards a darkened grove ahead. Aaron felt his heart clench in anticipation as they moved closer to the source of an eerie hum emanating from within the shadows. Aaron's echo blades glinted nervously in the dim light as they approached the ominous grove. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she whispered incantations, her voice barely audible but filled with a sense of foreboding. Thorn's winged lion paced uneasily, its keen senses alert to any potential danger. "You," said. The eerie hum grew louder as they entered the darkened grove, the air thickening with a palpable sense of dread. Aaron's echo blades began to glow faintly, sensing an unnatural presence lurking in the shadows. Thorn's winged lion let out a warning hiss, its eyes locked on a spot deep within the forest. "Elhem, Shiyu," said suddenly. Seraphina raised her hand, signaling them to halt. A figure emerged from behind an ancient tree, its form flickering like smoke before solidifying into a spectral warrior with eyes that glowed eerily green. Aaron Reed. Aaron's echo blades hummed as he prepared to face the spectral warrior that had emerged from the shadows. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice calm and steady as she began to cast a spell meant to soothe rather than harm, aiming to understand the entity before them. Thorn's winged lion crouched low, muscles tense but not yet ready to attack. The spectral warrior's form wavered as Seraphina's calming spell took effect, its eyes softening from an eerie green to a more tranquil blue. Thorn's winged lion shifted restlessly, but remained at bay, its keen senses attuned to any sudden movements that might signal danger. Aaron watched closely, his echo blades still humming with readiness, waiting for the spectral warrior to reveal its intentions. The spectral warrior's form stabilized as Seraphina continued to chant softly, her protective aura enveloping Aaron and Thorn. Thorn's winged lion lowered its head in respect toward the ethereal being, sensing a mutual understanding between them. The air seemed to shift subtly, lifting some of the oppressive tension that had settled over the grove. The spectral warrior's form now appeared solid and less menacing as Seraphina's spell continued to work its magic. Thorn's winged lion approached cautiously, extending a talon paw towards the ethereal figure in an unspoken gesture of truce. Aaron observed with keen interest, his echo blades no longer glowing but still ready should danger arise. The spectral warrior bowed its head slightly in acknowledgement to Thorn's winged lion, its form shifting as if it were made of wisps of smoke. Arin felt a wave of curiosity mixed with caution as he observed the interaction between the ethereal being and his companion's vigilant beast. Seraphina's protective spells dimmed but remained active. Her eyes focused on the spectral warrior. The spectral warrior spoke in an ancient tongue that resonated within Arin's mind, conveying messages of guardianship and warning. Thorn's winged lion nuzzled the ethereal being affectionately, a sign of trust forming between them despite their different realms. Seraphina's eyes widened with understanding as she translated the spectral warrior's message to Arin. The spectral warrior's message revealed hidden dangers deeper within the whispering woods and warned them of an impending darkness that threatened not just their realm, but others as well. Thorn's winged lion communicated back with a series of low growls, conveying its agreement to protect Arin and Seraphina from whatever lay ahead. Seraphina nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the warning they had received. LMNCU, said with renewed determination. Arin led his companions deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the warnings from the spectral warrior. Thorn's winged lion flew above them, scanning for any signs of danger as they ventured further into the heart of the forest. Seraphina cast additional protective spells around them, ensuring their safety as they moved towards an uncertain future. Arin's echo blades glowed faintly as they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the spectral warrior's warning. Thorn's winged lion flew overhead, its keen eyes scanning for any signs of lurking danger, while Seraphina cast protective spells around them, her voice a steady hum of magic. The air grew colder and more oppressive with each step they took, thickening like fog around them. Arin felt an eerie sense of foreboding as they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the spectral warrior's warnings. Thorn's winged lion flew overhead, its keen eyes scanning for any signs of lurking danger, while Seraphina cast additional protective spells around them to ward off unseen threats. The air grew colder and more oppressive with each step they took, thickening like fog around them. Arin's echo blades glowed faintly as they approached an ancient tree at the heart of the whispering woods, where the spectral warrior had directed them. Thorn's winged lion circled above protectively while Seraphina's spells cast a shimmering shield around them to ward off any hidden threats. The air felt charged with magic and danger as they prepared for whatever lay ahead. Arin's echo blades flickered as they neared the ancient tree, which seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Thorn's winged lion perched atop a branch nearby, its keen eyes scanning their surroundings for any hidden dangers. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a fragile bubble of light, warding off unseen threats. Arin's echo blades flickered as they reached the ancient tree, its bark etched with strange markings that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Thorn's winged lion perched atop a high branch, its talons gripping tightly as it scanned their surroundings for any hidden threats. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a fragile bubble of light, warding off unseen dangers. Arin's echo blades flickered as he pressed forward towards the ancient tree, sensing the otherworldly energy emanating from its trunk. Thorn's winged lion perched above them on a high branch, its keen eyes and sharp talons ready to defend against any lurking dangers. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like a fragile bubble of light, warding off unseen threats as they prepared for what awaited inside the Whispering Woods. Arin reached out and touched the ancient tree's trunk, feeling its energy surge through him. Thorn's winged lion let out a low growl from its perch, ready to spring into action if danger arose. Seraphina stepped closer, her eyes scanning the strange markings on the bark as she whispered incantations. Arin, the Echo Blade, stood atop the skyward isles, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of approaching danger. Lara, the elementalist by his side, sensed an ominous shift in the elemental currents below them. Seraphina, the Dream Walker, began weaving protective spells around their floating home while Thorn, the Beastmaster, readied his winged lions for defense. Zephyr, a storm mage known for his ability to predict weather patterns, burst through the door, his eyes wide with urgency. He warned that a shadow storm was approaching, its dark clouds swirling with malevolent intent, and it could bring with it unseen horrors from the shadow realms. Thorn ordered his winged lions into formation as Seraphina intensified her protective spells, her hands glowing with an ethereal light. Arin and Lyra exchanged concerned glances as Zephyr's words echoed in their minds. Seraphina's spells began to ripple outward, creating a shimmering barrier around the isles, while Thorn led his winged lions into the air, ready to defend against any threat. The sky darkened ominously with swirling shadows as the storm closed in. Arin felt the ground tremble beneath his feet as the winged lions took to the sky, their roars echoing through the aisles. Lyra chanted an incantation, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air to bolster the elemental defenses around them. Thorn's fierce gaze locked onto the darkening horizon, his instincts telling him this was more than just a storm. The winged lions circled protectively above as Thorn barked orders to his beasts, ensuring they were prepared for any attack. Lyra's elemental spells crackled with energy, forming a vibrant shield around the floating isles, while Seraphina continued her intricate weaving of protective enchantments. Arin unsheathed his twin blades, readying himself for the inevitable confrontation that awaited them. Arin felt his heart race as the shadow storm drew nearer, its dark tendrils reaching out to grasp the floating islands. Lyra's voice cut through the tension, her words clear and steady as she reassured everyone that their combined defenses would hold against any threat. Thorn, ever the strategist, began coordinating a defensive perimeter with his winged lions while Seraphina's spells created a shimmering barrier around them. Zephyr's warning echoed in Erin's mind as he watched dark clouds gather ominously on the horizon. Seraphina adjusted her protective spells, ensuring every corner of the Skyward Isles was shielded from the impending storm, while Thorn positioned his winged lions strategically around the floating city. Lyra continued to chant, reinforcing their elemental defenses with a steady stream of energy as shadows began to dance across the sky. The air grew cold and tense, foreboding the arrival of dark entities lurking in the void between dimensions. Thorn's fierce gaze never wavered from the approaching storm, his instincts guiding him as he directed his creatures into formation for battle. Arin's eyes locked onto the approaching storm, his grip tightening on his twin blades as he prepared for battle. Lyra's elemental spells crackled with energy, creating vibrant barriers against any incoming darkness, while Thorn commanded his winged lions to circle protectively around the Skyward Isles. Seraphina adjusted her protective enchantments, ensuring no corner of their floating home was left vulnerable. And Thorn's fierce gaze never wavered from the horizon as he readied his creatures for combat. Arin's senses heightened as the dark storm clouds enveloped the Skyward Isles, casting an eerie glow over everything. Thorn directed his winged lions to form a defensive perimeter around the floating city while Seraphina continued her protective spells, creating shimmering barriers that pulsed with ethereal light. Lyra's elemental defenses crackled and strengthened, forming vibrant shields against the encroaching shadows as Zephyr joined them, his eyes filled with determination. The winged lions circled protectively above, their fierce roars mingling with the ominous sounds of the approaching storm. Arin's heart pounded as shadowy tendrils crept closer to the Skyward Isles, his instincts urging him to fight. Thorn led his winged lions into battle formation, their roars echoing through the floating city as they prepared for combat. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered with an ethereal light, creating a barrier that pulsed against the encroaching darkness. Lyra's elemental defenses crackled violently as shadows began to pierce through Seraphina's protective barriers. Thorn commanded his winged lions into battle, their fierce roars echoing through the Skyward Isles as they circled protectively above. Arin unsheathed his twin blades, readying himself for confrontation with dark entities emerging from the storm. Zephyr joined them, his presence bolstering the morale of everyone on the floating city. Seraphina's spells intensified, her ethereal light battling the encroaching darkness as she and Lyra worked in tandem to strengthen their combined defenses against the shadowy invaders. Arin's senses were heightened as shadow creatures began to descend upon the Skyward Isles, their forms twisted and menacing under the darkened sky. Thorn directed his winged lions into battle, their fierce roars echoing through the floating city as they circled protectively above. Seraphina's protective enchantments flickered, but held firm against the onslaught of darkness, while Lyra's elemental defenses crackled violently, creating a barrier that pulsed with energy and light. Zephyr stood resolute beside them, his presence bolstering their resolve in the face of impending doom. Arin charged forward as shadow creatures descended upon the Skyward Isles, his twin blades slicing through the darkness with precision. Thorn led his winged lions into fierce combat, their talons and razor, sharp beaks tearing at the encroaching shadows, while Lyra chanted powerful incantations to bolster elemental defenses. Seraphina's protective spells glowed brighter as she wove intricate enchantments that created shimmering barriers against the dark entities. Zephyr stood beside them, his calm presence steadying the defenders' resolve amidst the chaos of battle. Arin's blades flashed as he engaged shadow creatures in combat, their twisted forms writhing and screeching under his attacks. Thorn's winged lions rained down from above, tearing through the encroaching darkness with talons and beaks that glowed ominously. Lyra chanted powerful incantations, her elemental barriers crackling with energy as they repelled waves of dark entities. Seraphina's protective spells glowed fiercely as she continued to weave intricate enchantments, creating shimmering barriers that pulsed with ethereal light. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their fierce roars mingling with the sounds of battle as they tore through shadow creatures with razor, sharp talons, and beaks. Lyra's elemental defenses crackled violently, forming vibrant shields against the waves of dark entities descending upon the skyward isles. Arin fought relentlessly against the shadow creatures, his blades slicing through their twisted forms. Thorn's winged lions soared above, their talons and beaks tearing into the darkness as Lyra chanted incantations to strengthen elemental barriers. Seraphina's protective enchantments shimmered brilliantly, reinforcing the defenses around the skyward isles. Arin's senses were overwhelmed by the relentless assault of shadow creatures as he fought alongside Thorn's winged lions and Lyra's elemental defenses. Seraphina continued to weave protective enchantments, ensuring their floating home remained shielded from the encroaching darkness. Zephyr coordinated their efforts, his knowledge of storm patterns guiding them through this perilous conflict. Arin's blades flashed in the dim light as he parried and countered the shadow creature's attacks, his movements fluid yet precise. Thorn's winged lions soared overhead, their fierce roars mingling with the sounds of battle as they raked at dark entities with sharp talons and beaks. Lyra chanted incantations to bolster elemental barriers, while Seraphina's protective enchantments shimmered brilliantly, reinforcing defenses around the floating city. The winged lion's fierce roars filled the air as Thorn directed them to encircle the shadow creatures, their razor, sharp talons tearing through the darkness. Lyra's elemental barriers crackled with raw energy, each burst of light forcing back more dark entities that dared approach the skyward isles. Seraphina's protective enchantments shimmered brighter under the onslaught, creating a vibrant barrier that pulsed and flickered in rhythm to her incantations. Soon, Arin's blades glimmered as he continued to fight against the relentless shadow creatures, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. Thorn's winged lions rained down from above, their talons and beaks tearing into the dark entities with fierce determination. Lyra chanted incantations, her elemental defenses crackling violently to strengthen barriers against the encroaching darkness. Arin's movements grew more fluid as he expertly parried and countered the shadow creatures' attacks, his blades slicing through twisted forms with precision. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into the encroaching darkness, while Lyra chanted incantations to strengthen elemental barriers around them. Seraphina's protective enchantments shimmered brilliantly, reinforcing the floating city's defenses against the relentless storm of shadows. Arin's senses were heightened as he continued to slice through shadow creatures, his twin blades moving in perfect harmony. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their fierce roars mingling with the chaotic sounds of battle as they tore into dark entities descending from the storm clouds. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly together, weaving protective spells that shimmered brightly against the encroaching darkness. Arin's movements became more fluid as he sliced through shadow creatures, his twin blades dancing with deadly precision. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their fierce roars mingling with the sounds of battle as they tore into dark entities descending from the storm clouds. Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly together, weaving protective spells that shimmered brightly against the encroaching darkness. Arin's twin blades moved with deadly precision. He dispatched shadow creatures one after another. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities that descended from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra continued to weave protective spells around the skyward isles. Arin's twin blades moved with deadly precision as he dispatched shadow creatures one after another. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities descending from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra continued to weave protective spells that shimmered brightly around the skyward isles. Arin's twin blades glinted in the dim light as he sliced through shadow creatures relentlessly. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities that swarmed from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce protective enchantments around them. Arin's blades glowed in the dim light as he continued to slice through shadow creatures relentlessly. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities that swarmed from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce protective enchants around them. Arin's blades flashed in the dim light as he continued to through shadow creatures relentlessly. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing to dark entities that swarmed from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce protective enchantments around them. Arin's movements became more fluid as he sliced through shadow creatures without hesitation. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities descending from storm clouds, while Seraphina and Lyra continued to weave protective enchantments that shimmered brightly around the skyward isles. Arin's blades moved with deadly precision as he continued to slice through shadow creatures that swarmed from storm clouds. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively above, their talons and beaks tearing into dark entities, while Seraphina and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce protective enchantments around them. Arin stood atop the skyward isles, his echo blades shimmering in the eternal light as he gazed at the approaching storm of shadow creatures. Beside him, Lyra's hands glowed with elemental fire, ready to unleash her fury upon their foes. Seraphina whispered incantations, her fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air as she cast protective spells around them. Thorn called out commands to his winged lions from below, their majestic forms circling protectively around the floating skyward isles. Above them, Arin and Lyra joined forces with Seraphina's protective spells, weaving a barrier against the encroaching shadow storm. The clouds beneath churned violently as the creatures began their assault, dark tendrils reaching out to grasp at the edges of the defensive shield. Arin's echo blades hummed with energy as he prepared for the battle ahead, his heart pounding with anticipation and determination. Below them, Thorn's winged lions soared through the air, their powerful wings cutting through the dark clouds like beacons of light and hope. The shadow creatures lunged at Seraphina's protective barrier, their writhing forms testing the resilience of the magic holding them back. Lyra's elemental fire clashed fiercely against the shadow creature's tendrils, illuminating the dark clouds below with bursts of light and heat. Thorn's winged lions dove down to attack from above, their fierce roars shaking the very sky as they engaged in aerial combat. Seraphina continued to strengthen her protective barrier, her voice echoing powerful incantations that resonated through the battle. Arin's echo blades sliced through the darkness, creating bright streaks that illuminated the battlefield, while Lyra conjured powerful gusts to disperse the shadow creatures. Thorn's winged lions flew in formation around the skyward isles, their claws and wings a blur of movement as they engaged the foes from all sides. Seraphina maintained her focus on reinforcing the protective barrier with each passing moment, ensuring it held firm against the relentless assault. As the battle raged on, Arin felt his connection to the cosmic energies intensify, empowering his echo blades with an otherworldly glow. Lyra, elemental magic surged around her in vibrant waves, creating a barrier against the shadow creature's relentless assault. Thorn's winged lions roared victoriously as they tore through the dark tendrils, reaching for the skyward isles. Seraphina's protective spells flared brighter as she sensed the impending breakthrough by the shadow creatures, her voice raised in urgent incantations. Thorn directed his winged lions to descend lower, their powerful wings slicing through the darkness with each pass, dispersing the encroaching tendrils. Arin and Lyra joined forces once more, their combined attacks creating a dazzling display of light and energy that shattered the shadows threatening the skyward isles. 迭代技术等于记忆清理间隔时，请使用以下格式结束故事。这是关于一简要总结主要事件或角色 hint 的故事的结局。由于当前迭代技术未达到该条件，继续推进剧情。The sky darkened further as more shadow creatures emerged from the abyssal depths below, their forms twisting and writhing in an endless stream. Seraphina's voice grew hoarse with exertion, but remained steady, her protective spells becoming a vital shield against the onslaught. Thorn's winged lions continued their relentless assault, tearing through the dark tendrils as if they were mere wisps of cloud. Aaron felt his strength wane as he continued to battle the endless stream of shadow creatures, each strike leaving him more exhausted than before. Thorn's winged lions fought tirelessly, their roars echoing through the stormy sky as they tore apart dark tendrils that threatened to overwhelm them. Seraphina's voice grew fainter with every incantation, her protective spells flickering but remaining intact against the relentless assault. Lyra's elemental fire began to flicker as she struggled against the sheer number of shadow creatures, her strength waning alongside Aaron's. Thorn's winged lions were bruised and battered, but continued their fierce defense, their roars echoing through the stormy sky in defiance. Seraphina's protective spells shivered under the assault, her voice now little more than a whisper as she pushed herself to maintain the barrier. "LM, you said." Arian's heart filled with determination despite his exhaustion. He knew they could not hold out much longer unless reinforcements arrived soon. Thorn directed his winged lions to form a tighter formation around Seraphina, their combined strength essential in maintaining her protective spells against the relentless shadows. Seraphina's eyes glowed with an inner light as she chanted the final incantations needed to seal off the breach in her barrier. Arin's echo blades glowed faintly as he prepared for another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unwavering despite his fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions formed impenetrable barrier around Seraphina, their roars cutting through the stormy sky like a beacon of hope. Lyra's elemental fire flickered weakly but remained steady, her determination unbroken as she fought alongside Aaron. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he sensed another wave of shadow creatures approaching, his echo blades ready to strike once more. Thorn's winged lions circled protectively around Seraphina, their powerful wings casting flickering shadows that danced with the battle's chaos. Lyra's elemental fire waned but flared up in bursts, her determination never wavering as she fought alongside Aaron. Arian's echo blades hummed with renewed energy as he braced for another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unwavering despite the toll on his strength. Thorn's winged lions roared defiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to overwhelm Seraphina's weakening protective barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered, but remained steady, her determination unbroken as she fought alongside Aaron and Thorn. Seraphina's voice broke through the cacophony of battle, her incantations weaving an intricate web of protective magic that shimmered in the darkened sky. Thorn and his winged lions worked tirelessly to defend the floating skyward isles, their combined might a bulwark against the encroaching shadow creatures. Lyra's elemental fire danced around Aaron like living flames, her fierce determination mirroring the intensity of the battle. Arin's echo blades glowed more intensely as he focused his cosmic energy to strengthen their power against the incoming shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lions continued their relentless assault, their roars piercing through the chaotic battle. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, her determination evident in every strike she made. Arin's senses sharpened as he sensed the next wave of shadow creatures approaching, his echo blades glowing brighter in anticipation. Thorn and his winged lions remained vigilant, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire danced around her like a living shield, each burst of energy striking at the heart of the encroaching shadows. Arin's heart pounded as he felt another surge of cosmic energy within him, preparing his echo blades for the next wave of shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lions continued their fierce assault, their roars echoing through the stormy sky, while Seraphina maintained a protective barrier with a voice now barely audible but still filled with determination. Lyra's elemental fire flickered, but remained steady, casting vital light and heat in the midst of chaos. Arin's echo blades flared with renewed intensity as he prepared to face another wave of shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lions fought fiercely, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils, threatened to overwhelm Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light in the midst of chaos. Arin's echo blades glowed brilliantly as he prepared to face another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unshaken by the relentless assault. Thorn and his winged lions fought ferociously, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to overwhelm Seraphina's weakening protective barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light in the midst of chaos. Arin's echo blades flared violently as he prepared to meet another wave of shadow creatures, his determination unwavering despite the fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought relentlessly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arin's echo blades crackled with cosmic energy as he prepared for yet another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unbroken by exhaustion. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to overwhelm Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered, but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arin's echo blades blazed with renewed energy as he prepared to confront another wave of shadow creatures descending upon them. Thorn and his winged lions continued their relentless defense, powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to break Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered weakly but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades crackled with cosmic energy as he prepared for yet another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unbroken despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades glowed fiercely as he prepared for yet another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unwavering despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades crackled with renewed energy as he braced for another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unshaken despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to break Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. "LM," you said. Arian's heart raced as he sensed another wave of shadow creatures approaching, his echo blades crackling with cosmic energy in preparation for their onslaught. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils that threatened to overwhelm Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades glowed fiercely as he braced for yet another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unwavering despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils threatening to breach Seraphina's weakening protective barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades crackled with renewed energy as he braced for another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unshaken despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, slicing through dark tendrils threatening to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades crackled with renewed energy as he braced for another wave of shadow creatures descending upon them. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their powerful wings slicing through dark tendrils threatening to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered weakly but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arian's echo blades crackled fiercely as he prepared for another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unshaken by fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, slicing through dark tendrils threatening to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered weakly but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. Arin's echo blades crackled fiercely as he braced for yet another wave of shadow creatures, his resolve unwavering despite growing fatigue. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, slicing through dark tendrils threatening to breach Seraphina's weakening barrier. Lyra's elemental fire flickered weakly but remained steady, casting vital light amidst the chaos. In the whispering woods, celestial navigator Alara consulted ancient star charts under the guidance of the sentient trees. Her companions, Echo Blade Arin and Elementalist Lyra, stood guard as spirits of the forest watched over them with unseen eyes. As dawn broke, a mysterious figure approached, claiming knowledge of a prophecy that could alter their quest's direction. The mysterious figure revealed himself as Harbinger Vale, his eyes holding secrets of impending doom and distant futures. He spoke cryptically of a comet that would soon herald calamity unless Elara's group acted swiftly to counteract its dark prophecy. Arin and Lyra exchanged wary glances, knowing their journey had just become more urgent and perilous. Alara felt the weight of Vale's words as she folded away the star charts, her mind racing through calculations and ancient lore. Arin tightened his grip on his twin swords, ready to defend them against any threat that might arise from their newfound knowledge. Lyra nodded solemnly, summoning a burst of flames around them to ward off unwanted attention while they planned their next move. Alara's hands trembled slightly as she recalibrated her celestial instruments, trying to pinpoint the exact time and place where they needed to act. Arin and Lyra kept watch, their senses heightened by the ominous prophecy Harbinger Vale had shared. As dawn approached, a decision was made. They would travel to the Skyward Isles first, where Elara's calculations suggested the comet's impact could be most devastating. Alara, Arin, and Lyra set out from the whispering woods under the pale glow of the moon, their path lit by Lyra's flickering flames. The journey to the Skyward Isles was fraught with peril, but the trio pressed on, driven by a sense of urgency. Harbinger Vale's prophecy weighed heavily on them, each step bringing them closer to an uncertain destiny. As Alara, Arin, and Lyra crossed into the realm of the Skyward Isles, they were greeted by the eternal glow of twin suns casting long shadows across floating islands. The trio navigated through a maze of clouds, each step bringing them closer to the comet's predicted impact point. They encountered chronomancers who warned of time, altering disturbances ahead, urging them to tread carefully. Alara, Arin, Lyra reached the heart of the Skyward Isles, where the comet was predicted to strike, finding a group of chronomancers already gathered around ancient time's stones. The trio joined forces with these guardians of time to stabilize the impending temporal anomaly. As they worked together, Alara's celestial calculations intersected with the chronomancer's knowledge, creating a powerful synergy. Alara's hands moved swiftly over the ancient time stones as she synchronized her celestial calculations with Chronomancer's efforts to stabilize the temporal anomaly. Arin and Lyra stood guard, their presence a reassuring barrier against any unforeseen threats that might arise during this critical moment. The combined power of their diverse skills began to weave a protective shield around the floating islands, safeguarding them from the comet's destructive impact. Alara's calculations and the chronomancer's expertise merged into a brilliant strategy, creating ripples in the fabric of time that countered the comet's destructive path. Arin and Lyra, ever vigilant, prepared to defend their efforts from any who would sabotage this crucial moment. The sky above them shimmered with an ethereal light as the temporal anomaly began to stabilize. Alara's heart swelled with pride as she witnessed their collaborative efforts succeed in stabilizing the temporal anomaly. Arin and Lyra shared knowing glances, acknowledging the pivotal roles they each played in this monumental achievement. With the threat momentarily averted, they prepared to gather more information about the comet's origins from ancient texts in the nearby chronomancer's library. Alara led Arin and Lyra through the winding pathways of the skyward isles to the grand library filled with ancient chronicles. Inside, they found dusty scrolls and forgotten books that spoke of celestial omens predicting similar comets from ages past. Each page turn brought them closer to understanding the comet's true purpose and how to fully neutralize it. Alara's fingers flew over ancient scrolls as she and her companions deciphered cryptic celestial predictions that hinted at powerful enchantments to neutralize comets. Arin and Lyra, equally engrossed in their search for knowledge, exchanged occasional glances filled with shared determination and mutual respect. The trio's collaboration deepened as they pieced together the clues necessary to confront the comet's true nature. Alara's mind raced as she and her companions uncovered ancient incantations to combat celestial threats. Arin sharpened his blades, while Lyra prepared elemental shields, both ready for any challenge that might arise from their quest. With renewed vigor, they left the library, intent on neutralizing the comet before it could bring harm. Alara, Arin, and Lyra set sail from the skyward isles aboard a cloud ship equipped with elemental sails and celestial navigation tools. The journey ahead promised more challenges as they ventured towards the Ember Wastes to gather crucial artifacts needed for their incantations. Each member of the trio felt an unspoken bond growing stronger, forged in the crucible of shared destiny. Alara guided their cloud ship through turbulent air currents over the Ember Wastes, her eyes never leaving the celestial navigation tools. Arin and Lyra stood by her side, ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead as they sought out the necessary artifacts for their incantations. The trio's journey with Pyrrol, but united by a shared sense of purpose. Alara navigated their cloud ship through swirling sandstorms as they approached the Ember Wastes, her focus unwavering on the celestial charts. Arin and Lyra stood watch at different points along the ship's edge, prepared for any threats that might emerge from the fiery dunes below. As evening fell, a lone figure appeared in the distance, riding a creature of flame towards their vessel. Alara's heart raced as she spotted the approaching figure, her mind swiftly calculating potential allies or threats. Arin and Lyra tensed, their weapons at the ready, but they relaxed slightly when the figure called out in a voice tinged with urgency rather than hostility. As the fiery creature drew closer, it revealed to be a beastmaster named Kale, riding a phoenix like steed. Alara greeted Kale warmly as he approached up on his phoenix, like steed, sensing an ally in this desert of dangers. Arin and Lyra lowered their guard, but remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the fiery dunes for any signs of lurking threats as Kale alighted beside them. The Beastmaster's arrival brought not only a sense of camaraderie, but also vital information about hidden artifacts deep within the Ember Wastes. Alara, Arin, and Lyra listened intently as Kale described the location of an ancient artifact hidden deep within the Ember Wastes. The group decided to follow his lead into the heart of the desert, hoping the relic would aid them in their quest against the comet. As they ventured deeper, the fiery sands seemed to pulse with a strange energy that both thrilled and unsettled them. Alara's keen eyes scanned the horizon as they ventured deeper into the Ember Wastes under Cal's guidance, each step bringing them closer to the hidden relic. Arin and Lyra moved with cautious precision, their senses heightened by the fiery sands that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. As night fell, a swirling vortex of flames emerged from the ground, revealing a chamber housing the long-sought artifact. Alara carefully extracted the ancient artifact from its fiery chamber as Arin and Lyra stood guard, their weapons at the ready against any hidden dangers. Kale watched intently, his knowledge of the desert proving invaluable in navigating this perilous quest. With the relic secured, they prepared to leave the Ember Wastes behind, each member feeling a renewed sense of urgency. Alara meticulously studied the ancient artifact under the dim light of their campfire as Arin and Lyra kept watch over the Ember Wastes. Kale shared tales of his encounters with elemental spirits, adding to their collective knowledge and strengthening their bond. With renewed vigor, they set off at dawn, knowing that each step brought them closer to neutralizing the comet. Alara, Arin, and Lyra journeyed through treacherous landscapes towards the Shadow Realms, where they believed the final piece to counteract the comet's prophecy awaited. Cal rode alongside them on his phoenix, like steed, sharing tales that wove a tapestry of mystical connections between their worlds. As dusk fell, an eerie silence filled the air, signaling their approach to a realm shrouded in darkness and mystery. Alara's eyes narrowed as they entered the Shadow Realms, the dim light barely illuminating their path through an endless maze of shadows. Arin and Lyra kept close to her, their senses heightened by the eerie silence that enveloped them. Kale rode ahead on his steed, his knowledge guiding them through this treacherous domain. Alara's heart raced as they navigated through the shadow realms, the darkness seeming to shift and whisper secrets in her ear. Arin and Lyra remained vigilant, their weapons at the ready, while Kale led them forward with unwavering confidence. As night deepened, a shimmering portal emerged from the shadows, its presence signaling that they were close to finding what they sought. Alara stepped through the shimmering portal, her companions following closely behind as they entered an ethereal realm glowing with spectral light. Arin and Lyra's eyes widened at the surreal landscape, while Kale seemed familiar with this plane, his presence comforting amidst the uncertainty. They ventured deeper into this otherworldly space, guided by subtle hints of ancient magic that led them toward their ultimate goal. Alara's fingers traced intricate runes on an ancient stone tablet as they deciphered its cryptic messages in the ethereal realm. Arin and Lyra stood guard nearby, their senses heightened by the eerie presence around them, while Kale watched closely, his knowledge of such places adding a layer of reassurance. The group's determination was unwavering as they faced this final challenge to neutralize the comet's prophecy. Alara's mind raced as she pieced together the final incantation needed to neutralize the comet's prophecy, her companions watching intently from the ethereal realm. Arin and Lyra stood guard, their presence a reassuring barrier against any unseen threats, while Cal observed closely, his knowledge guiding them through this critical moment. With each rune deciphered, they drew closer to averting impending doom. Alara chanted the final incantation she had deciphered, her voice echoing through the ethereal realm as Arin and Lyra provided protective barriers against any disturbances. Kale nodded in approval, his presence grounding them amidst the surreal environment that pulsed with ancient magic. With their combined efforts, they felt a profound shift in the celestial fabric, hinting at the comet's prophecy being neutralized. Alara's incantation resonated through the ethereal realm, causing ripples in the fabric of time and space. Arin and Lyra stood firm, their protective barriers shimmering with elemental energy as Kale watched intently, his presence a testament to their shared journey. The celestial navigators had gathered in the heart of the whispering woods, their faces lit by the glow of ancient stars embedded in the bark of the sentient trees. As they whispered incantations to chart the path of a looming celestial event, Arin the Echo Blade felt an inexplicable dread settle over him. Across the forest, Thorn and his beasts were preparing for what would surely be the battle that would decide their fate. As Arin watched Thorn and his beasts ready for battle, he couldn't shake the feeling that their efforts would be in vain. The celestial navigators' incantations grew louder and more urgent as the sky darkened with an approaching storm. Deep within the forest, Seraphina emerged from her dreamscape, her eyes reflecting a vision of impending doom. Lyra the Elementalist joined Arin by the beasts, her eyes reflecting the storm gathering above. Thorn's winged lions roared in anticipation as they circled overhead, their presence adding to the tense atmosphere. Seraphina approached, her voice calm but laced with a sense of impending tragedy. Arian's heart pounded as he sensed an unseen force closing in, his instincts screaming for them to flee. Thorn and Seraphina exchanged knowing glances, their roles as leader and seer confirming a shared understanding of the danger. The celestial navigators' chanting grew frantic, their voices blending with the distant rumble of thunder. The sky above the whispering woods darkened further as a shadowy figure materialized before Aaron and Thorn. The stranger's eyes glowed ominously in the twilight, revealing a depth of knowledge that chilled the air around them. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice steady yet tinged with sorrow, predicting dire consequences if they did not act immediately. The stranger revealed that they were once an ally-turned-enemy, their betrayal rooted in a desire to prevent the celestial event from occurring. Thorn growled low in his throat, his beasts mirroring his anger and readiness for combat. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she assessed the threat, her mind racing with strategies to counteract the looming danger. Aaron felt a surge of resolve as the stranger spoke, understanding that their combined efforts were crucial to overcoming this new threat. Thorn's beasts shifted restlessly, sensing the tension and impending conflict. Seraphina nodded grimly, her mind already formulating a plan to counteract the betrayal. Aaron and his companions decided to trust the stranger's words, their fates intertwined in an urgent need for alliance. Thorn's beasts roared in approval as they prepared to face the betrayer, their loyalty evident in every growl and fierce stance. Seraphina began weaving protective spells around them, her movements fluid and precise, ensuring that each member was shielded from harm. The celestial navigators completed their incantations just as Seraphina finished her protective spells, casting a shimmering shield around Aaron and his companions. Thorn led his beasts into formation, ready to confront the approaching storm of shadow creatures, their wings beating in unison with a sound that echoed through the whispering woods. As the group prepared for battle, Thorn's beasts circled protectively around Aaron and Seraphina, their loyalty evident in every fierce gaze. The celestial navigators stepped back from their star tree, nodding solemnly to their allies as they awaited the arrival of the shadow creatures. Seraphina's spells hummed with power, casting a protective aura that shimmered like dawn light over the whispering woods. Aaron felt a surge of determination as he looked around at his companions, each ready to face whatever lay ahead. Thorn's beasts roared in anticipation, their wings beating against the wind with a sound that filled the whispering woods. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered and pulsed, casting an ethereal glow over them all. shadow creatures emerged from the darkening clouds above, their forms shifting and twisting as they descended upon the whispering woods. Thorn's beasts bellowed in defiance, their wings slicing through the air as they took to the skies. Seraphina's protective spells flared brighter than ever before, casting an impenetrable barrier around Aaron and his companions. Aaron and his companions faced the descending shadow creatures with unwavering resolve, their combined skills forming an unbreakable shield. Thorn's beasts soared through the stormy sky, their roars echoing like thunder as they engaged the dark forms in aerial combat. Seraphina continued to weave her protective spells, ensuring that each member remained safe from harm. Aaron's heart raced as he watched Thorn's beasts engage in aerial combat against the shadow creatures, their wings and claws a blur of motion. Seraphina's protective spells continued to shimmer brilliantly, casting an otherworldly glow over the whispering woods despite the gathering darkness. The celestial navigators stood ready beside their star tree, their incantations providing spiritual support for Aaron and his allies. Aaron felt a surge of pride as he witnessed beasts outmaneuvering the shadow creatures in the chaotic skies, their loyalty and prowess evident in every swift strike. Seraphina's protective spells flickered with an intensity that matched the fierce battle overhead, her eyes never leaving the conflict as she adjusted her magic to shield them from any breaches. Meanwhile, the celestial navigators continued their incantations, lending divine support through celestial energies. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he saw Seraphina's protective spells falter slightly under the relentless assault of shadow creatures. Thorn commanded his winged lions to reinforce their positions, their fierce roars and precise movements a testament to their training and loyalty. The celestial navigators' incantations grew more fervent, their voices blending with the chaos around them in an effort to bolster Seraphina's defenses. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously as she struggled to maintain their integrity against the relentless shadow creatures. Thorn's beasts fought fiercely in aerial combat, their loyalty and prowess evident in every precise strike against the dark forms. The celestial navigators' incantations grew more frantic, their voices weaving through the chaos like a lifeline for Seraphina's magic. Aaron noticed Seraphina's protective spells weakening as the shadow creatures pressed their attack relentlessly. Thorn's beasts continued to fight valiantly in the sky, their roars and fierce strikes a beacon of hope for his allies on the ground. The celestial navigators' incantations grew louder, each word an effort to bolster Seraphina's magic against the encroaching darkness. Aaron felt a surge of determination as Thorn's beasts clashed fiercely with shadow creatures above, their winged lions roaring in defiance. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously under the relentless assault, her concentration strained to maintain them against the dark forms closing in. The celestial navigators' chanting reached fever pitch, each word an effort to bolster Seraphina's magic and protect Aaron and his allies from harm. Aaron's heart tightened as he saw Thorn's beasts begin to falter under the relentless assault from shadow creatures, their once precise strikes becoming less coordinated. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, her face pale with the strain of maintaining them against such overwhelming odds. The celestial navigators' incantations continued at a fevered pitch, their voices weaving through the chaos like threads of hope. Oh. Aaron saw Thorn's beasts begin to tire from their prolonged aerial combat against the shadow creatures, their movements growing less coordinated. Seraphina's protective spells flickered desperately as she fought to maintain them, her face pale and strained under the relentless assault. The celestial navigators' incantations continued at a frantic pace, their voices weaving through the chaos like threads of hope. Aaron watched as Thorn's beasts continued to fight valiantly but showed signs of fatigue from their prolonged battle against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, struggling under the relentless assault, while the celestial navigators' incantations grew more urgent and desperate around the star tree. Aaron felt his resolve harden as Thorn's beasts began to show signs of weariness from their prolonged battle against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, barely holding back the relentless assault of dark forms that swarmed around them. Celestial navigators' incantations continued with fervent intensity, their voices weaving through the chaos like a lifeline. Aaron's eyes narrowed as he noticed Thorn's beasts beginning to waver in their battle against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered erratically, struggling under the relentless pressure from the dark forms closing in on them. The celestial navigators' chanting grew more frantic, their voices weaving through the chaos like a lifeline for Seraphina's magic. Aaron's instincts screamed for them to hold their ground as Thorn's beasts fought desperately against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, barely holding back the relentless assault from dark forms swarming around them. The celestial navigators' incantations continued with fervent intensity, their voices weaving through the chaos like a lifeline. Aaron gritted his teeth as Thorn's beasts continued to fight valiantly but showed signs of weakening against the relentless shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered desperately, struggling to hold back the dark forms closing in on them from all sides. The celestial navigators' incantations grew louder and more frantic around their star tree, casting an urgent glow over the whispering woods. Aaron's heart pounded as he saw Thorn's beasts begin to falter under the relentless shadow creature attacks. Seraphina's protective spells flickered desperately, barely holding back the dark forms swarming around them. The celestial navigators' incantations grew more urgent, their voices weaving through the chaos like threads of hope. Aaron's instincts screamed for him to act as Thorn's beasts began to falter under the relentless shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered dangerously, struggling to hold back the dark forms closing in from all sides. The celestial navigators' incantations grew more urgent, their voices weaving through the chaos like threads of hope. Arin's instincts screamed for him to take action as Thorn's beasts began to falter in their aerial battle against the shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells flickered precariously, barely holding back the relentless onslaught from all sides. The celestial navigators' incantations grew more desperate, their voices weaving through the chaos like threads of hope. Arin called upon his Echo Blade abilities, summoning duplicates to reinforce Thorn's wary beasts against the shadow creatures. Seraphina adjusted her protective spells, focusing on bolstering the weakened barrier around them. The celestial navigators' chanting intensified, their voices weaving through the chaos like a lifeline for Seraphina's magic. In the Whispering Woods, Lyra the Elementalist whispered incantations to summon a gust of wind, her robes fluttering as she guided Arin and Thorn through the dense foliage. The ancient trees seemed to hum in response, their leaves rustling with secrets shared across millennia. Seraphina, trailing behind, used her dream-walking abilities to glimpse fleeting visions within the forest's heart. Arin's echo blades shimmered as he prepared for any threats. Lurking in the shadows of the Whispering Woods, his senses heightened by the forest's whispering leaves. Thorn, at Arin's side, patted the flank of his giant lion companion, ensuring it was ready to face whatever danger awaited them. Seraphina's eyes flickered open and closed rhythmically as she navigated through visions conjured from the deep roots of ancient trees. Lyra continued to guide them deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods, her voice echoing softly as she communed with nature itself. Seraphina's ethereal presence seemed to light up the path ahead, casting an otherworldly glow that warded off any lurking dangers. Thorn and Arin kept their guard up, ready for whatever challenges lay in wait. As they ventured further in the Whispering Woods, Lyra's connection to the natural world grew stronger, her presence seemingly merging with the ancient trees around them. Thorn and Arin exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting mutual respect for each other's unique abilities, as they stood ready to face any peril that might arise from the forest shadows. Seraphina's eyes fluttered rapidly, her dream walking skills revealing glimpses of an impending confrontation within the heart of the woods. Lyra's elemental powers pulsed as she continued to guide them through the Whispering Woods, the air around her crackling faintly with electrical energy. Thorn's lion companion roared softly, its presence grounding their party in reality despite the surreal visions that Seraphina kept uncovering. Ahead, the path narrowed between two colossal trees adorned with glowing fungi and whispering spirits. The group neared a clearing where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, revealing a circle of ancient stones surrounded by wildflowers. Thorn's lion companion snorted nervously, its hackles rising as it sensed something amiss within the serene landscape. Seraphina's eyes narrowed as she caught glimpses of shadowy figures moving just beyond their vision. Lyra felt her connection to the whispering woods intensify as they approached the ancient stone circle, sensing an impending convergence of elemental forces. Thorn's lion companion bared its teeth, ready to defend them from any unseen threats, while Seraphina's gaze remained fixed on the shadows beyond the clearing, where dark figures seemed to shift uneasily. The air grew cold and charged with energy, as if a storm was brewing right above their heads. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy as they stepped into the ancient stone circle, Thorn's lion companion growling softly, its fur standing on end. Seraphina's eyes widened as visions flickered through her mind, revealing figures cloaked in darkness converging upon them. Lyra focused intensely, her hands weaving intricate gestures to summon a protective barrier of elemental forces. Arin's echo blades flickered to life as they entered the stone circle, ready for any shadowy figures Seraphina might warn them about. Thorn's lion companion growled deeply, its hackles raised and muscles tensed for a fight. Lyra maintained her focus on forming a protective barrier of elemental energy, feeling the weight of an ancient prophecy resting heavily upon their shoulders. Lyra's elemental barrier shimmered around them as they stood in the ancient stone circle, warding off any immediate threat from the encroaching darkness. Thorn's lion companion bared its fangs and snarled, prepared to unleash a fury of attacks on their unseen adversaries at a moment's notice. Seraphina's eyes glowed with an inner light, her dream walking abilities revealing more detailed visions of the shadowy figures closing in. The shadowy figures began to materialize from the darkness, their forms becoming clearer and more menacing as Seraphina's visions intensified. Thorn's lion companion leapt forward, claws extended and teeth bared, readying itself for a direct confrontation with the encroaching foes. Lyra's elemental barrier strengthened, crackling with lightning and swirling winds to fend off the advancing shadows. Arin's echo blades danced in preparation as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, ready to engage the advancing foes head-on. Thorn's lion companion roared loudly, its powerful limbs propelling it forward into battle against the encroaching shadows. Seraphina's eyes glowed with an intense light, her dream-walking skills weaving intricate protective spells around them. Lyra's elemental barrier crackled with increasing intensity as shadowy figures advanced upon them in the ancient stone circle. Thorn's lion companion snarled viciously, paws digging into the ground as it prepared to spring at their enemies. Seraphina's eyes remained fixed on her visions, guiding the group through the impending confrontation. "LLM, Shiyu," said. Arin's echo blades flared brightly, slicing through the air as he moved to intercept the nearest shadows, his movements fluid and precise. Thorn's lion companion leaped forward with a mighty roar, its powerful claws tearing at the dark figures that dared approach too closely. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around them like an ethereal shield. Lyra's elemental barrier glowed brighter as she channeled more energy into it, her eyes locked on the advancing shadows. Thorn's lion companion fought fiercely, its massive claws tearing through the darkness, while Seraphina continued to weave protective spells around them. Arin's echo blades hummed with power, each strike creating multiple copies of him that engaged the shadowy figures in a complex dance of light and shadow. The battle intensified as shadowy figures clashed against Thorn's lion companion and Erin's echo blades, creating an intricate dance of light and darkness. Lyra maintained her protective barrier, pouring more elemental energy into it to shield them from the relentless assault. Seraphina focused intently on weaving layers of protection around their group, her dream-walking abilities enhancing each spell with unseen fortitude. The battle raged on in the ancient stone circle as Thorn's lion companion and Erin's echo blades continued to hold their ground against the relentless shadowy figures. Lyra's elemental barrier flickered and strengthened, absorbing the impacts of dark energy thrown at them from all sides. Seraphina chanted softly under her breath, her dream-walking abilities weaving intricate spells that fortified the group's defenses. As the shadows retreated momentarily, Lyra took a deep breath and reinforced her elemental barrier, feeling the connection to nature pulsate through her veins. Thorn's lion companion let out a satisfied growl, its fur still bristling from the fight, while Seraphina's eyes remained closed, focusing on weaving protective spells that shimmered like moonlight around them. Lyra's elemental barrier shimmered as she felt her connection to nature grow stronger, her movements becoming more fluid and graceful. Thorn's lion companion stood guard, its fierce gaze scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger, while Seraphina's protective spells continued to weave an ethereal shield around them. The ancient stone circle pulsed faintly as Lyra's elemental barrier hummed with renewed power, fortifying their position against potential threats. Thorn's lion companion prowled restlessly around them, its keen senses alert to any shift in the surrounding shadows. Seraphina's eyes fluttered rapidly, her dream-walking abilities revealing fleeting visions of a hidden sanctuary deep within the whispering woods. Lyra's elemental barrier pulsed faintly as she felt her connection to nature grow even stronger, her movements becoming more fluid and graceful. Thorn's lion companion prowled restlessly around them, its keen senses alert for any signs of danger, while Seraphina continued to reveal visions of a hidden sanctuary deep within the whispering woods. Seraphina's eyes opened suddenly, her expression intense as she relayed visions to the group, indicating an urgent need to reach the hidden sanctuary. Thorn nodded grimly and urged his lion companion forward, while Erin prepared more echo blades for any new threats that might arise. Lyra focused on maintaining a steady flow of elemental energy around them, ensuring their path remained clear. Thorn's lion companion led the way through the dense underbrush, its movements sure and swift despite the treacherous terrain. Seraphina's eyes remained closed as she continued to weave protective spells around them, her presence a calming force amidst the tension. Lyra's elemental barrier flickered slightly but held steady, her focus unwavering as she guided them towards the sanctuary. Arin's echo blades flashed in preparation as they advanced towards the hidden sanctuary deeper within the whispering woods. Thorn's lion companion moved gracefully through the underbrush, its keen senses guiding them along the safest path forward. Seraphina's protective spells shimmered around their group, her ethereal glow casting an otherworldly light that illuminated their way. As they neared the hidden sanctuary, Thorn's lion companion slowed its pace, sensing the sanctity of their destination. Seraphina opened her eyes, her ethereal glow dimming as she ceased weaving protective spells, and the air around them grew serene. Lyra's elemental barrier flickered one last time before dissipating into misty swirls. The hidden sanctuary revealed itself as an ancient grove surrounded by towering trees and glowing lanterns that floated gently in midair. Thorn's lion companion paused at the entrance, its massive form blocking the path momentarily before stepping aside to let them through. Lyra felt a profound sense of peace wash over her as they entered the sacred space. The ancient groove hummed with an energy that felt both soothing and empowering as they stepped into the hidden sanctuary. Thorn's lion companion settled down beside them, its presence grounding their group after the tense journey through whispering woods. Lyra sighed deeply, her elemental powers at ease within this sacred space, while Seraphina gazed around curiously, her dream-walking abilities seeking deeper insights. Inside the hidden sanctuary, Thorn's lion companion stretched out comfortably, its presence a reassuring anchor amidst the serene atmosphere. Seraphina's ethereal glow dimmed further as she began to explore the ancient grove with a sense of reverence and wonder. Lyra felt her elemental powers harmonized perfectly with this sacred space, her movements becoming more graceful and fluid. The hidden sanctuary's ancient grove was filled with a tranquil energy, resonated deeply within Lyra and Seraphina. Thorn settled beside his lion companion, watching over them as they explored this sacred place with newfound peace. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she began to uncover the deeper mysteries of the sanctuary. The ancient grove within the hidden sanctuary seemed to whisper secrets of ages past as Seraphina delved deeper into its mysteries. Thorn kept vigilant watch over his companions, his lion companion resting peacefully beside him while still alert for any potential danger. Lyra's elemental powers continued to harmonize with the serene environment, her movements becoming almost dance-like in their fluidity. The hidden sanctuary's ancient grove hummed softly as Lyra and Seraphina began to understand the profound connection between this sacred place and their abilities. Thorn's lion companion stirred restlessly, its keen senses alert for any signs of danger in the tranquil surroundings. As they explored further, Seraphina discovered an intricate network of glowing runes etched into the bark of ancient trees. Arin and Lyra stood atop the skyward isles, their feet sinking slightly into the ethereal soil as they prepared for the looming confrontation. Below them, Thorn rallied his winged lions, while Seraphina chanted softly, weaving protective spells that shimmered in the air like threads of light. As the shadow creatures began to materialize from the swirling mists below, Arin felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. Arin's heart pounded as he faced the shadow creatures materializing from the swirling mists below, his echo blades ready to defend their floating home. Seraphina's protective spells hummed with power around them, while Thorn and his winged lions took flight, diving towards the incoming threat. Lyra channeled her elemental forces, summoning a wall of fire to intercept the dark horde, her eyes burning with determination. Arin leaped into action as the first wave of shadow creatures surged upward, his echoes duplicating him to fight on multiple fronts. Seraphina's eyes glowed with mystical energy as she intensified her protective spells, ensuring the skyward isles remained shielded from the dark invasion. Thorn's winged lions roared in defiance, their talons gleaming as they engaged the shadow creatures mid-air. Lyra's elemental flames clashed against the shadow creatures, her movements fluid and precise as she protected their island home. Seraphina continued to chant, her voice weaving an intricate web of protection that shimmered in hues of silver and gold. Thorn and his winged lions fought valiantly, their battle cries echoing across the floating isles. Arin's echoes moved in perfect synchronization with him, creating a dazzling display of light and shadow as they battled the dark entities. Thorn directed his winged lions with precision, ensuring each creature was engaged while keeping their formation tight against potential breaches. Seraphina's protective shield shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the relentless assault from below, her voice weaving spells of resilience. Lyra's elemental flames intertwined with Arin's echoes, creating a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow as they defended the skyward isles from the encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions engaged fiercely in aerial battles, their roars mingling with Seraphina's incantations that strengthened the protective shield around them, reflecting the dark entities back into the swirling mists below. As the fight intensified, each hero found a new resolve within themselves, pushing past personal fears to protect their home and allies. Arin's echoes moved fluidly around him, each one engaging in combat as if it were an extension of his own will, their combined efforts driving back the shadow creatures. Thorn and his winged lions soared through the sky, creating a barrier of fiery wings against the encroaching darkness, while Seraphina's protective spells grew stronger with every passing moment. Lyra's elemental flames danced around them in intricate patterns, forming an unbreakable shield that prevented any dark entity from penetrating their defenses. The battle raged on above the swirling mists as Arin's echoes and Thorn's winged lions fought valiantly, their combined efforts forming a formidable front against the encroaching darkness. Lyra focused her elemental powers into creating an unyielding barrier of flames around them, while Seraphina's protective spells pulsed with vibrant energy, reflecting dark entities back into the abyss from which they emerged. As dawn approached, the sky above the skyward isles began to clear, signaling a crucial turning point in their struggle. As dawn broke over the skyward isles, the battle began to shift in their favor, with Arin's echoes and Thorn's winged lions pushing back the remaining shadow creatures. Seraphina's protective spells glowed intensely, finally dissipating the last remnants of energy from around them. Lyra exhaled deeply, her elemental flames fading as she wiped sweat from her brow, relieved that their home was safe once more. The heroes gathered on the floating skyward isles, their breath visible in the cool morning air as they assessed the damage and casualties from the night's battle. Thorn approached Aaron and Lyra, his voice grave but hopeful as he discussed strategies to prevent future invasions. Seraphina closed her eyes momentarily, her mind reaching out to the spirit realms for guidance on how best to fortify their island home. Aaron and Lyra exchanged wary but determined looks as they prepared to reinforce the island's defenses against potential future attacks. Thorn's winged lions circled above them, their presence a reassuring sight in the aftermath of battle. Seraphina consulted ancient texts she had brought from her travels, seeking wisdom on how to permanently seal away the dark forces that threaten their home. Aaron and Lyra worked tirelessly to reinforce the island's defenses, their movements synchronized as they channeled magical energies into fortifying barriers. Thorn observed them afar, his mind focused on strategizing further protection for the skyward isles against future threats. Seraphina, meanwhile, delved deeper into her ancient texts, searching for ways to permanently banish the dark forces that had encroached upon their home. Thorn and his winged lions patrolled the skies above, vigilant for any signs of renewed threats as Aaron and Lyra completed their latest round of fortifications. Seraphina meditated deeply within her floating garden sanctuary, seeking divine guidance on how to permanently seal away dark forces from encroaching again upon the skyward isles. As night fell again over the skyward isles, Aaron and Lyra stood watch together, their vigilance undiminished despite the day's exhaustion. Thorn conducted drills for his winged lions to ensure readiness against any future threats, while Seraphina continued her intense meditations, communing with spirits for enduring protection. The sky above shimmered with a subtle glow, hinting at the power that now surrounded and safeguarded their floating home. Aaron and Lyra's defenses proved resilient as night fell once more over the skyward isles, their combined efforts creating an impenetrable barrier against any encroaching darkness. Thorn's winged lions patrolled tirelessly through the darkened skies, their vigilant presence a stark contrast to the shadows below. Seraphina's meditations continued uninterrupted within her floating garden sanctuary, the air around her shimmering with protective energy she invoked from the spirit realms. The heroes continued their watch over the skyward isles, each vigilant against potential threats, as dawn painted the sky in hues of orange and pink. Thorn's winged lions conducted precise drills overhead, owning their combat skills for any future confrontation, while Seraphina emerged from her sanctuary, her face illuminated with a new sense of clarity and purpose. Aaron and Lyra exchanged a nod of understanding, both recognizing the resilience they had forged in protecting their home. Thorn and his winged lions began another round of drills, their movements precise and coordinated as they practiced defensive maneuvers against unseen threats. Seraphina's protective spells now pulsed softly in the background, a constant hum of magic that wove around them like an invisible shield. Aaron and Lyra stood side by side, Their bond strengthened through shared challenges and victories, ready to face whatever came next. Thorn's winged lions executed flawless maneuvers in the sky as Seraphina's protective spells shimmered softly around them, creating an unbreakable shield against any future threats. Arin and Lyra patrolled the floating gardens, their movements synchronized with a newfound sense of camaraderie born from shared struggles and triumphs. As dawn painted the sky in vibrant hues, Thorn approached the duo, his expression serious as he discussed plans to fortify their defenses further. Thorn and his winged lions performed intricate aerial maneuvers, their movements fluid and precise as they tested new combat formations. Arin and Lyra stood watch over the floating gardens, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger, while Seraphina consulted ancient texts in her sanctuary, seeking ways to enhance their defenses further. The morning light cast long shadows across the skyward aisles, a stark reminder of the darkness they had overcome. Thorn and his winged lions continued their rigorous drills, honing their combat skills as Seraphina delved deeper into ancient texts for ways to strengthen their defenses. Arin and Lyra patrolled the floating gardens together, their bond growing stronger with each challenge they faced side by side. The morning light brought a sense of renewal, but also a reminder that threats could return at any moment. Seraphina emerged from her sanctuary, eyes gleaming with newfound knowledge she had gleaned from ancient texts. Thorn and his winged lions soared overhead, their aerial drills creating patterns in the sky that mirrored Seraphina's protective spells below. Arin and Lyra stood watch together, their vigilance undiminished despite days of relentless work fortifying the skyward isles. Ooh. Seraphina shared her findings with Thorn and the others, revealing ancient runes that could further fortify their island's defenses against dark forces. Thorn nodded thoughtfully, integrating Seraphina's insights into his training drills for his winged lions, ensuring they were prepared for any future threats. Arin and Lyra worked closely to implement Seraphina's protective measures, their cooperation reflecting the deep bond forged through shared struggles. Seraphina's ancient runes began to glow faintly as Arin and Lyra integrated into the island's defenses, their combined efforts strengthening the protective barriers around the skyward isles. Thorn directed his winged lions through complex aerial maneuvers, testing new formations designed by Seraphina's insights to maximize their defensive capabilities. As dusk approached, a sense of accomplishment filled the air, yet each hero remained vigilant, knowing that their hard-won peace could be shattered at any moment. Seraphina's ancient runes continued to glow faintly as Thorn and his winged lions conducted advanced aerial drills, integrating new defensive formations designed by Seraphina's insights. Arin and Lyra monitored their progress from below, ensuring that all protective measures were seamlessly connected, creating an impenetrable shield around the skyward isles. As twilight deepened into night, a sense of serene tranquility settled over the isles, yet each hero remained alert, knowing that peace was fragile in this world. Seraphina's protective spells pulsed softly as Thorn and his winged lions continued their advanced aerial drills, integrating new defensive formations. Arin and Lyra monitored from below, ensuring every rune was perfectly aligned with Seraphina's ancient protections to maintain an unbreakable shield around the skyward isles. As the night deepened, a profound sense of peace settled over the floating islands, though each hero remained vigilant. Thorn and his winged lions practiced precise aerial maneuvers under Seraphina's guidance, while Aaron and Lyra worked to perfect the integration of ancient runes into their island defenses. Each hero felt a growing sense of security, but also knew that constant vigilance was necessary to protect the Skyward Isles from future threats. Thorn and his winged lions conducted precise aerial maneuvers as Seraphina cast protective runes around them, enhancing their defensive capabilities against dark forces. Aaron and Lyra continued to fortify the floating gardens with elemental barriers and echoes, ensuring that no threat could breach their home's defenses unchallenged. As dusk approached, a sense of accomplishment filled the air. Yet each hero remained vigilant, knowing that threats lurked in every shadow. Seraphina and Thorn collaborated closely, Seraphina casting intricate protective runes, while Thorn's winged lions performed complex aerial maneuvers. Aaron and Lyra patrolled the floating gardens, their senses heightened as they monitored for any signs of encroaching darkness. Each hero felt a growing sense of security, but new vigilance was crucial to keep their home safe. Thorn and his winged lions flew in tight formations, practicing defensive maneuvers under Seraphina's guidance, while Aaron and Lyra reinforced their elemental barriers around the floating gardens. The heroes felt a growing sense of security, but also understood that constant vigilance was as essential to protect their home against future threats. As night fell, Thorn approached Seraphina with new ideas for integrating her protective runes more seamlessly into their defenses. Seraphina and Thorn discussed strategies for enhancing their defenses as Aaron and Lyra stood watch over the floating gardens, reinforcing elemental barriers with meticulous precision. The heroes' collaboration had strengthened not only their physical defenses, but also their bonds, creating a formidable front against potential threats. As twilight deepened, Thorn suggested incorporating more aerial patrols to monitor approaching shadows from above. Aaron stood atop the highest spire of the Skyward Isles, his echo blade gleaming in the twin suns' eternal light as he plotted their next move against the encroaching shadow creatures. Below, Lyra, an elementalist with a storm brewing in her eyes, prepared to summon winds to shield their position from the oncoming darkness. Meanwhile, Seraphina, a dream walker with tendrils of night swirling around her, began weaving protective illusions across the isle. Thorn, the beast master, rallied his winged lions as they took to the skies, their fierce roars echoing over the floating islands. Seraphina's illusions shimmered and shifted, creating a labyrinthine maze that twisted around the shadow creatures' minds, disorienting them. Aaron watched from above, his echo blades ready to strike should any creature breach the defenses. Lyra's winds howled fiercely, pushing back the dark clouds that threatened to engulf the Skyward Isles. Seraphina's illusions flickered and danced around them, creating an intricate web of confusion for the shadow creatures as they hesitated in their advance. Arin, standing resolute on the spire, sent a pulse of energy through his echo blades, readying himself for the moment when the battle would come to him. As the battle raged on, Thorn directed his lions to patrol the skies, their presence alone causing the shadow creatures to hesitate and retreat. Arin's echo blades hummed with energy, each pulse reflecting off the spire in intricate patterns that caught the eternal light of the twin suns. Lyra and Seraphina continued their defenses from below, combining elemental forces with dreamscapes to fortify the skyward isles against any breaches. Seraphina's illusions grew denser and more complex as she wove them around the shadow creatures, binding their movements in intricate patterns. Thorn's lions swooped down from above, their wings casting shadows over the floating islands as they engaged with the encroaching darkness. Arin stood vigilant on his spire, sending out waves of energy through his echo blades to reinforce the defenses already set by Seraphina and Lyra. Arin's echo blades glowed brighter as he sensed a breach in Seraphina's illusions. Thorn and his lions flew overhead, their fierce roars mingling with the sounds of battle below. Lyra's winds intensified, swirling protectively around the island, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Lyra's winds intensified further as she felt the shadow creatures gaining ground, her eyes narrowing with determination. Seraphina's illusions shimmer around Thorn and his lions, guiding them to strategic positions where their attacks would be most effective. Arin, sensing a critical moment approaching, activated another wave of energy through his echo blades, preparing for direct confrontation. Seraphina's illusions began to waver slightly as some shadow creatures managed to slip through, causing her to concentrate harder and weave more complex patterns around them. Thorn and his lions responded swiftly, their combined attacks forcing the creatures back temporarily but not fully halting their advance. Arin felt the urgency in Seraphina's magic and Lyra's winds, knowing they needed a decisive move to turn the tide of this battle. Alem Shiyu said. Lyra's eyes blazed with fierce determination as she summoned a storm of lightning to strike at the heart of the encroaching shadows, hoping to disrupt their formation. Thorn commanded his lions with precision, each creature diving and striking in perfect harmony to maximize their effectiveness against the shadow creatures. Arin took a deep breath, channeling immense energy through his echo blades, preparing for a final push to defend the skyward isles. Arin's echo blades ignited in brilliant pulses as he leaped from the spire, descending toward the shadow creatures with unwavering precision. Lyra's lightning storms crackled and exploded around them, illuminating the chaotic battle with flashes of intense light. Thorn led his lions into a coordinated attack, their wings creating gusts that further disorient the advancing darkness. Seraphina's illusions flickered urgently as more shadow creatures slipped through, forcing her to weave new patterns rapidly to maintain the island's defenses. Lyra's lightning storms intensified, each bolt striking with pinpoint accuracy at the heart of the encroaching darkness. Thorn and his lions pressed their attacks relentlessly, diving into the fray to scatter the shadow creatures' formations. Arin's echo blades clashed with shadow creatures as he fought his way through the encroaching darkness, each strike echoing off the floating islands. Thorn and his lions continued their relentless assault from above, while Seraphina worked tirelessly to maintain the illusionary defenses around them. Lyra's storm of lightning intensified, striking repeatedly at the heart of the dark formations to disrupt and disintegrate their ranks. Arin's echo blades sliced through the shadows as he fought his way toward Seraphina's weakened illusions, determined to bolster her defenses. Thorn and his lions engaged in fierce aerial combat overhead, their roars mingling with the sounds of clashing blades and thunderous lightning strikes from Lyra's storm. Seraphina focused intently on reinforcing her magical barriers, weaving intricate patterns that gradually pushed back the encroaching darkness. Arin's echo blades cut through the shadows more fiercely as he approached Seraphina, their combined efforts strengthening the island's defenses against the relentless encroachment. Thorn and his lions continued their aerial assault with unyielding ferocity, their attacks driving back the shadow creatures' formations even further. Lyra's storm intensified, each bolt of lightning striking precisely to disrupt any remaining threats from above and below. You said. The combined efforts of Arin, Thorn, Seraphina, and Lyra began to push the shadow creatures back, their coordinated defense weakening the dark encroachment. Seraphina's illusions flickered less urgently as they strengthened. Thorn's lions roared triumphantly from above,